Round one of the London Chess Classic got off to an exciting start as world champion Magnus Carlsen drew a sharp game against Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. America's #1 Hikaru Nakamura had a golden opportunity to win this game, but in time pressure he blew it and blew his chances to go for an early tournament lead. The leader of the Grand Chess Tour, Vasyl Topalov, faced off against the youngster Anish Giri. It was an exciting game, topsy-turvy, but in the end, it was the young Dutchman who was able to checkmate his opponent and take the lead here at the London Chess Classic. Round two coming up next.
Welcome everybody to the second round of the London Chess Classic. We have live shots from the auditorium in London, England, as the players should be arriving soon for their second round here in the third and final leg of the Grand Chess Tour. My name is Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Always a pleasure to be with you, Alejandro.
Always good to be here. It's been a fun tournament. It's been a fun series of tournaments, and I expect another good round today.
Absolutely.
So Yasser, what do you think about the games so far, the ones we saw yesterday and what we'll see today?
I thought it was a pressure-packed round yesterday. I saw a lot of good moves throughout, and I was especially impressed by the Anish Giri. Not only just keeping the game alive and hanging in there, but also the way he uncorked that combination with Queen D5. I mean, that was a real highlight.
Definitely beautiful. Well, let's take a look at the results from yesterday. Anish Giri was the only winner yesterday as he defeated with black Vasyl Topalov, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour. With the white pieces in a complicated Berlin, Alexander Grischuk was lucky to escape against Hikaru Nakamura. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was easily held to a draw by Magnus Carlsen in his Sveshnikov Sicilian. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces was unable to really put any pressure on Levon Aronian, who held comfortably a draw. And nothing much happened in the Vachier-Lagrave versus Michael Adams game, a game that also finished in a draw. Today's pairings have as the highlight Anish Giri with white against Michael Adams, the youngster trying to bolster his initiative in the tournament. Levon Aronian will be playing against Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus Carlsen will be playing against America's Fabiano Caruana. And American champion Hikaru Nakamura will be trying to bounce back from what should have been a win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And at the very bottom of the standings, Vasyl Topalov will try to, with the white pieces, recover and beat Alexander Grischuk. And we have Maurice with more details of the key matchups today.
Well, round one certainly was a very exciting start to this tournament, and the games were topsy-turvy. Despite the number of draws, there were certainly a lot of exciting games, none more exciting than the upset from yesterday, where Anish Giri, well, he's 2,800, is not so much of an upset, close to 2,800, but still, he defeated Vasyl Topalov. This is what he had to say after the game.
I said I defended reasonably well, and he kept on playing in the most ambitious way, and at some point he went a bit too far. I think it was actually bad luck. It's one of these cases in chess when both players don't see it and then one finds it by accident, and it's just pure luck.
Well, certainly understating his skill. These two players are not going to count on luck, however. World champion Magnus Carlsen facing off against his nemesis, Fabiano Caruana. Caruana has not been impressed by Magnus of late, the two of them trading punches, and Magnus's form has been awful throughout the year. He's going to see whether or not he can somehow get some momentum going against one of his great rivals, Fabiano Caruana. But it's this matchup, all eyes on the youngster in the competition, the Dutchman Anish Giri, who will play against England's favorite, Michael Adams. He's a veteran. He's been around a long time, a solid player drawing yesterday. He'll see if he can hold the youngster back, hold back those dams, and try to get a start going here at the round two of the London Chess Classic.
And of course, joining us live from London is our very own women's grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade.
Yeah, here we are in the auditorium where it all goes down just minutes before round 2 of the Grand Chess Tour, London Chess Classic. Yesterday really showed one of my favorite moves so far in the Grand Chess Tour, Queen D5 by Giri. And today we have a super big game between Carlsen and Caruana. So just really excited to get the action started. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. And I was actually very surprised about what Giri said, because Giri's not the type of player that you're like, wow, he's so humble, he's so nice. No, when he wins, he's just like, yeah, I destroyed my opponent, I obviously saw more than him.
Right.
But he considered himself lucky yesterday. What do you think about it? Do you think it was because of the time pressure? Do you think because he was actually lucky to find this Queen D5 resource? What do you think he was referring to when he said a lucky break?
Yeah, well, oftentimes it happens in chess that you're defending and you're responding to your opponent's initiative as best you can. You're trying to keep the position, so to speak. And your opponent basically says, you know, like, I'm challenging you to uncork a combination. I'm going to force you now to attack me. And then suddenly it boomerangs. The combination that you're forcing your opponent to play ends up being a winning one. And that's what I think he meant with this lucky. If at any moment Veselin thought, oh boy, I'm worse, he would have just taken the knight.
Right, of course.
And made a draw, you know. But he didn't.
No, we see Magnus Carlsen just walking in, and I agree completely with you. It seems like he was forcing Giri into the combination, and I'm wondering when Giri saw this Queen D5 move. What was the precise moment that Giri knew Queen D5 works?
Exactly. That's a good question. That I have no idea.
Well, hopefully we get to ask Giri at some point during the tournament, but of course we're going to move on to round 2, as we do have the players arriving here at the playing hall. We should be starting.
Saw Magnus coming into the hall there. He looked kind of confident. Typical swagger, I would say, of the world champion.
That never changes, even though he is playing against somebody that's giving him a little bit of trouble lately.
Right.
Fabiano Caruana took a game against Magnus Carlsen in Norway. A very nice Berlin win, which we were talking about yesterday, actually. Not only did Carlsen blunder, but by the time he blundered, he was already considerably worse, I feel.
Exactly.
But he came back and Carlsen won in
St. Louis?
Here in St. Louis with, well, maybe that game was actually a little bit lucky. It was an absolutely crazy time scramble.
Remember the final move, the last
Just
move,
the
Rook
last
D2. Rook D2. I mean, you know, that knee-jerk response just before your flag falls, and that's the loser.
And that was the losing move. That was it?
That was it.
Yeah.
It really was.
So Magnus Carlsen will try to play, I would hope, a cleaner game this time against Fabiano Caruana.
Now, even though Magnus has a nice score against Fabiano, I think it's 9-5.
It's 8-5 according to the statistics. Yeah, 8-5 between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana.
But it's the last 2 years where Caruana has actually been competing, I want to say, on an even level. So.
It's been back and forth, definitely. Yeah. Caruana has won a couple of games. I remember some ones that Carlsen has won with black that have been pretty nice. He won a nice Scandinavian against Fabiano in the Olympiad. A very unusual E4, D5, takes knight C3, and the queen returned to D8.
Right.
And of course the one that we just mentioned here at the Singfield Cup. So Carlsen has definitely won his share of games, but it hasn't been a domination the way Carlsen is used to dominating a lot of his opponents.
Exactly.
You see Levon Aronian arriving here at the playing hall. He had a very solid game yesterday, and I expect him to try to push a little bit against Anand today. He will be playing with the white pieces against Vichy.
Remarkably, they have played a lot, and it was absolutely during the reign of Vichy Anand, 5-time world champion. And what really surprises me is how well Aronian has scored in their individual meetings. It's just been impressive. You could never think about those two players without mentioning that Tata Steel brilliancy that Anand won as black. I mean, it stands out.
I feel it doesn't matter how many games Aronian wins. When they say Aronian Anand, everybody will always think of that Tata Steel brilliancy.
Yes.
It was considered to be the best game of that year. Yes. And for many, well, the best game played so far since in this decade.
Yeah.
And it's definitely been a brilliancy. But that being said, Aronian scores very well against Anand.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances. circumstances. He has a lot of wins with Queen's Gambit declined.
I think many of their struggles have featured actually the Queen's Gambit. They're both playing D4 and Englishes.
Yeah,
so,
Levon
yes.
definitely more of an English player / D4 player than he is an E4 player, something he uses very, very rarely. And Anand usually sticks to his guns, either plays the QGD or some kind of semi-Slav, Nimizo-Indian once in a while. Never really see him play King's Indians or nothing along those lines. So we expect that the players will come very well prepared, as they are rather predictable compared to, I would say, other players in the field, such as Carlsen or Nakamura. So the preparation here might be a lot deeper.
Yeah, and I noticed in the the showdown in St. Louis, that Hikaru against Caruana was kind of avoiding theory, throwing out B3 and G3 and things like this. Do you think he's going to be more serious today?
Oh, definitely, no doubt. Especially
Playing
after
mainline
yesterday's
stuff?
Yeah, especially after yesterday's game. I think Nakamura really, really wants to get on the scoreboard. He feels like he should have won a game, and well, he's going to have to prove it today. All the players are now arriving at the actual playing hall, taking their seat as we see quite a few spectators, despite the fact that we don't have the game. The games will not start for a few minutes, it seems.
Right. This is unusual for me, by the way, to see the players at round 2 sitting in the audience, taking a chair, waiting for their introduction, as opposed to just coming on stage and sitting at their boards.
Right.
Normally it might happen at the very start of the tournament, as we saw in round 1. That's standard protocol. But as the tournament gets moving, you would think that the players were just on stage. But I suppose the British want to do it for dramatic effect.
Some kind of British formality. Yeah, we're going to have to wait a few minutes, I guess, before the round actually starts.
And while we're waiting, we just want to review a slightly offbeat time control that is used in the chess tour. The players will begin the first time control with 2 hours. Each player has 2 hours, but must make their first 40 moves. There's no increment or bonus during the first part of play. Then there's a second time control, which is 1 hour per player for all of the rest of their moves, with a 30-second increment. So it's a slightly offbeat, but a classical time control nonetheless.
Right, with the extra twist of the 30-second increment, definitely. A relatively confusing one.
Yes,
because
as we know what happened to the world champion himself.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see if they can handle the time better, because I felt they didn't handle time very well yesterday.
Right.
Hikaru Nakamura got into time trouble. He destroyed his chances of winning. But also Veselin Topalov, a player that, as you had mentioned, is usually quite fast, got himself into very deep time trouble and arguably cost him the game. I think if he had 15 minutes on the clock by the time Giri plays 94, he can think for about 5 to 10 minutes and be, well, obviously knight takes f2. He has this brilliant queen d5 resource. I'm going to go ahead, take the knight.
And yeah, secure the draw. One player in the tournament in the field, I feel the Fischer increment, Fischer bonus has saved his career, is Alexander Grishuk. He is notoriously poor at using his clock, and so this time control is actually a very dangerous one.
Very dangerous
for Alexander Grishuk. Without that 30-second bonus, suddenly, and it really creeps up on you. You sit there and you say, oh, I got 10 minutes for 8 moves. Then suddenly you have 2 minutes for 6 moves. And then suddenly you have 40 seconds for 5.
And it's something that cost him dearly. I remember that in the Norway tournament, his game against Magnus Carlsen, the opposite color bishop with queens.
Yes,
where
that's it, and it's a perfect example.
Right. Again, if he had a little bit more time, he might have been able to maneuver outside of the complications. But right now, here he had the problems, and he wasn't able to hold that position.
Yeah.
As we have the tournament director, Malcolm Payne, with the introductions on round 2.
To everyone watching on the internet. The 7th London Chess Classic is the strongest tournament ever held in the history of British chess. This year, it's the part of the Grand Chess Tour, and we'll be updating both here at Olympia and on the website the standings of the Grand Chess Tour as the tournament progresses. This is where they were before the start of the tournament. The tour consists of 3 tournaments. One in Stavanger in Norway, the Norway Chess Tournament, the Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis, and it climaxes with the London Chess Classic here in London. The total prize fund is $1,050,000. There's an extra $150,000 in prize fund for the 3 top finishers in the Grand Tour. Now, the London Chess Classic is held in support of the charity Chess in Schools and Communities, a nationwide chess charity that brings chess to children all over the UK, currently teaching chess in over 300 schools. We're particularly proud of our association with one particular part of the country, which I'll come to in a moment. But I just want to emphasise to everyone in the hall and everyone watching online that you can support the work of Chess in Schools and Communities and contribute towards the continuance of the London Chess Classic by donating money to the charity either in the foyer here at Olympia or online via the charity's donate button on the charity homepage. And thank you very much for your support in advance of that. You can give in all sorts of ways, credit card, PayPal, all the usual things. We even take those old pieces of paper called cheques, if any of you still use them. Now, anyone who's been here before, all the regulars of London Chess Classic will know that the emphasis is on the children, but the charity is particularly proud that its flagship project, the most children have activity in the most schools, is in a borough of London, East London, called Newham. And for the people watching online, Newham is where the Olympics were held in 2012. The charity has a fantastic cooperation with the local council there, teaching chess in over 26 schools and in libraries. We've created the first adult chess club, and the children are all doing extremely well. Some of them are playing in the events in the other room here to my right, and we're generating some real junior geniuses, as well as helping to improve the outcome of hundreds of children there. So I thought, because we have the London Chess Conference going on at the moment, the 3rd London Chess Conference, which is about chess and society. You can see information about that at londonchessconference.com. One of our keynote speakers was Councillor Ken Clark from the London Borough of Newham. So because he happens to be here, I thought we'd break with the tradition and have, rather than a child making the traditional first move, we'd have Councillor Clark. So I'll be inviting him up in a moment to make the ceremonial first move. So first of all, let's get the players on the stage. So please give a very big welcome to a former world champion who's attended every classic, Vachier-Lagrave from India. Playing white against Vichy from Armenia. I know I keep saying you don't get tired of it, so I like the sound of it. You should look up this wonderful BBC documentary on Armenia, the cleverest nation on earth. CNN liked it so much, they're also doing another documentary, so they're going to need to talk to Levon at some point during the tournament. Please welcome from Armenia, Levon Aronian. Making his debut at the London Chess Classic and very much in form after the European Team Championships at Reykjavik from France, Vachier-Lagrave. Playing for the United States, a previous winner of the London Chess Classic, Hikaru Nakamura. Also making his debut, particular welcome to a player known for his fighting chess who's been at the top of the world rankings for so many years, from Bulgaria, Vasyl Topolov. Playing Vasyl, another man who always entertains, whether it's his moves or the fact that he's got to make 20 moves in a minute, Alexander Grishuk from Russia. Now, there are very few players who ever get the privilege of a mention on The Daily Show, but one of the rising stars of world chess, right at the top of the world rankings, who's recently changed his allegiance to the US, which is where he originally came from. We're delighted to have him here again, Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, a man who made a tremendous impression on the One Show, one of Britain's most popular talk shows, a couple of days ago, beating the presenter in 12 glorious moves. I think he might have a little bit more difficulty this afternoon. Please, a huge welcome for the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And taking center stage today, the tournament leader, drastic end to his game yesterday. It was a brilliant combination. We all loved it in the commentary room. Please welcome Anish Giri. And playing Anish, of course, a regular at London Chess Classic, the British number one, long-time British number one, Michael Adams. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage from Newbury Council, Councillor Ken Clark, who will make the ceremonial first move for Magnus Carlsen. Now, Ken, I know you said you haven't played since school, but try and go back, try and roll back the years. What would you like to play? And remember, it has to stay. No, I'm only kidding. That's a pretty good move. Yeah. Okay. How do you like that, Magnus? It's all right. Thanks very much, Ken. And so I'll pass you over to the Chief Officer, Albert Vassar, and we'll get play underway. Thank you.
Well, it is working.
Well, we seem to have finished the second round of introductions.
Wow, I was about to say that was quite some protocol there. I was really hoping to rush it up and come on, let's get the games on the road. Hit that gong and let's get moving.
Does it bring you back to the old European events?
No, this is very British. It happens in the top tournaments that you introduce the players in round one, and then the players kind of drift and sit and go on stages on the stage thereafter. But that was really quite an extensive commentary.
Well,
and we do have E4.
Seems like Magnus doesn't even have to make the move. We have E2, E4 on the board. And, well, I was kind of saying while the introductions were going that I didn't think he was going to play E4. I didn't expect him to go into some kind of Spanish or Berlin. But it seems that it is the way we're headed. He's thinking on move 3. It is going to be a Spanish.
Yeah.
So Caruana, I've always felt, has a very good grasp of the Berlin. And it seems like he's not going to be afraid to go right into it with knight f6.
And look at that. A slight grimace there by
but he had to know it was coming.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course.
I mean, they've played this before. I think they played it in Shamkir a couple of times. I want to say twice in Shamkir, but I'm not entirely sure. But he actually chooses the rook e1 variation instead of the d4 variation, which is not considered to be the most threatening. No. It's one of those variations that gives white a slight edge,
exactly,
but nothing much to work with.
Right. The Berlin ending may be dry, but it has imbalances. This variation in particular, I think, is really a very stale one, and I'm a little bit surprised by Magnus's choice. And, well, away they go. I mean, there you have it.
We have seen some people actually manage to win with this variation. I think the game that's impressed me the most is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with white in Biel, where he beat Anish Giri, the current tournament leader, in a very beautiful endgame, fully utilizing those pair of bishops
that you get with knight d5. You may also recall that Hikaru Nakamura in a Singfield Cup as white tried to grind a little bit against Magnus Carlsen, Magnus giving up his light squared bishop. But again, just because of the balance, very, very balanced pawn structure, like you say, it's a squeeze, it's a pull.
Right.
But correctly played, it really shouldn't give white too much. Shall we move on to some of the other boards? Let's see what we've got.
See what we got.
We do have a Queen's Gambit decline.
We actually got a Ragozin.
With a Bishop B4 Ragozin variation. Bishop D2.
Well,
now that is a very
unusual.
and a quiet, petite little move.
Actually, Chess-Based DVD came out recently on the Ragozin by Grandmaster Ramirez, and
Grandmaster Ramirez.
Yeah.
The man seated next to me. And what did you recommend?
Against Bishop D2? I gotta say that I don't remember Bishop D2.
You're the man who just completed your DVD.
I don't quite understand the move, though. It seems relatively passive. I mean, in most Nimzo Indian setups that you force Bishop D2, you should already be quite happy with your position.
Right. Bishop D2. And it seems kind of strange, like... besides just simply breaking the pin, normally you would want to play a move like Bishop D2 because you're aiming to get the two bishops without compromising your pawn structure. But after a move like, say, like castles, I mean, this just doesn't seem like much of a bishop sitting on the C3 square.
Yeah, it can always get captured with knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4.
Yeah, specifically this position, I'm wondering if I can just take the free pawn on c4 and try to hold on to it somehow.
Right. Just in this moment, capture this, and you want to play with b5. And no, it's a riddle, a mystery. Okay, well, we'll see how.
And he's played it very quiet, actually, with Bishop D2 and E3.
Castles E3, not offering the pawn. So then this Bishop on D2, oftentimes when White plays very quietly in a Queen's Gambit declined, you can, as Black, simply drop back with the bishop, and then you say, ha ha ha, you've encased your own bishop behind your pawn structure. Why didn't you develop it out earlier when you had that opportunity?
Right.
Also, in these lines, for example, just in this position, go back, E2, E3, let's just use this as an example, kind of a Rubinstein Nimzo Indian. Oftentimes of White, with the bishop encased on C1, you would aspire for queenside expansion, and the bishop is a lot better place, or you might say it's out of the way
on B2,
as opposed to the game position with the bishop on D2. So we're not impressed by Levon's opening thus far.
Though I'm sure he has some kind of idea.
Exactly. So let's continue our... now this, on the other hand, is much, much more to our liking.
This is a very classical Nimzo Indian style of position.
Queen
but
C2.
D5 has really fallen out of grace from what I remember. I mean, D5 has lost a lot of ground to castle as the main move.
Absolutely, absolutely. There was a recent U.S. Chess League, the championship, the St. Louis Archbishops against the Manhattan Applesauce.
Yes.
The applesauce came through. But I remember on the first board between Ilya Nishnak, I'm sorry if I get his name wrong, and Alex Lenderman, there was the F3 variation that Garry Kasparov made popular. And you're right, D5 is kind of a throwback to the old days.
Right, it's very committal.
Indeed. Anish went A3, takes, knight E4. This is like the grand variation of the Nimzo with knight E4. I'm thinking of the line where they go takes and queen takes D5.
That's actually before A3.
Before A3,
yeah.
Yes. From the Kasparov-Anand World Championship match. So let's go back for a second. Takes, knight E4, queen C2, C5. Well, this is pugnacious, isn't it? I mean, it just basically very challenging to White.
Right.
White captured. Knight C6. The move knight C6 has the idea of now playing queen A5 check in order to meet the move B4 with knight takes B4. I do, however, recall a game where Vesel and Topolov sacrificed in exchange. It was a really remarkable idea. I'll just put some moves on the board just to give you an example of what Veselin played. Remember, there was a line where he ended up sacrificing this, and he just said, look, I've got the two Bs. I'm ready to play knight f3, castles, and bishop b2. And you really challenge, maybe not in this particular position.
But there's
it was
certainly a lot of compensation even in that position, it seems.
Exactly. Very challenging idea. And, oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see let me get up to date with the play. I beg
So
your
Guri
pardon.
played knight f3.
Okay.
And do you assume the idea is to meet queen a5 check with
Knight d2. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, just for argument's sake, when you get a position like this, your first instinct is to say, well, position looks very balanced, but really what it's all about is white just keeping these two bishops and nursing them for as long as he possibly can, trying to take the game slowly into an ending. And this is almost a kind of a dream position. Let me just put white's dream position on the board so you can get an idea that this is by no means...
Just as a disclaimer, his dream position and my dream position
They're kind of different.
Very different things.
Maybe different from yourselves, absolutely. But these two bishops is basically what white wants. He's just got this great bishop on c3 and bishop on c4. And black's going to have a very, very difficult time holding this.
No, I'm not sure that this would be a dream position for me, but definitely it would be a nightmare for black no matter who you are. Because you have to defend a very uncomfortable situation for a very long time.
Some echoes between the other board. I just wanted to go back because surprising for me was the move c5 by black.
It does look very in tune with the structure, though, to play this liberating move c5.
Yes, but at the same time, now after a3, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, white's strategy of winning the two bishops has a greater potential of paying dividends than in the previous position because this bishop on c3 can suddenly be unlocked, so to speak.
So do you think this bishop will survive for long, or do you think that Vichy will...
No, I think Vichy will hunt that sucker down and take it, you know, play knight e4 and get rid of it.
Which he already did, by the way.
Yes, certainly.
And Aronian quickly played queen c2.
Okay, queen c2. So that position has the potential, with this central pawn tension, of becoming quite lively. I was afraid that it might really put us to sleep, a snooze fest, but this game still, the opening is going to be very challenging for both players.
Since we were wrong, he decided to take cover with the check on d2 with the bishop, and it seems like Maurice has more insight than us on this particular opening.
Yes, I just did a search on this position, and it shows that actually bishop d2 is pretty much the right move here because knight d2 has a fatal flaw. Knight d2 allows this move, knight to d4, and this knight, suddenly the queen is bereft of squares. Queen to d3 is met by the very sharp e5. And, this is not a position you want to play without deep preparation. Bishop coming to the f5 square, and suddenly a lot of pressure on the board of really sharp position. The other possibility after knight d4 is queen d1, but bishop to d7 with the idea of bishop to a4 would be quite dangerous. So this is why bishop d7 is pretty much the real only move. You could play this line. It looks like people have played it before, but the research seems like white has left that line completely behind and plays now only bishop to d2.
Thank you, Maurice. That's a
nice update on the opening.
Yeah, knight d4 and e5. That was
that's kind of scary. It's one of those things that you go to the game and you're like, I guess I'll play knight d2. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Right.
And then bam, knight d4, e5.
It's like, whoa. Should I have gotten out of bed this morning? I mean, that's rough. And check this game out. Hikaru Nakamura, MVL. Hikaru has a remarkably good score against MVL. He has won 3 games, never lost, and lots of draws, I'm assuming, between them.
A few draws, and I do remember that actually Maxime escaped with a lucky draw. I want to say it was Dissingfield, but I might be wrong. It was, I believe it was a kind of Najdorf position.
Yeah, something is... coming back. I can't, it's on the fingertips.
Right.
I wanted to say that, as we know, MVL is probably, along with Peter Swidler, one of the leading experts on the Grunfeld, along with Caruana. Grunfeld's a very, very popular,
extremely popular
defense in the world's top 10 players, I want to say. So a headache for white players who want to play 1d4, don't want to face the mainline Grunfeld, to try to do something a little bit offbeat. There
E3.
we go. E3.
This is definitely not very ambitious.
No, it's not.
There's more than one way to meet this. Okay, let's see which one Maxime decided to.
Bishop G7. By the way, I remember playing Tony Miles, and for example, what Tony did was he used the queenside fianchetto against everything, right? E4, D4, he would play B7, B6. So we sat down to play our game, and I played 1, G2, G3. And violating all the rules and protocols of proper chess etiquette, Tony leaned across the board and in a rather loud voice he said, "I love these moral victories." I was stopping him from being China. So when Hikaru plays a move like E2, E3, MBL can say, "Very good, excellent." My Grunfeld survives another day. Bishop G7, C4.
You can always go D5 here.
Well, I find it a funny combination of the two moves. If you're going to play E3, you think white is going for some kind of a tame Kali variation.
Bishop D3, B3.
Yeah, exactly. So,
C4.
tossing out C4, okay.
All right, castles. Bishop E2.
By the way, this would be a very simple transposition
Directly
to a rather known Grunfeld line. I know a friend of mine from the Northwest, James Harley McCormick, he liked to play this move B2, B4 in this particular setup because he figured the Grunfeld players have only one ambition, which was to unleash their bishop by playing the move C5. So the whole idea of B4 was to cut out that fun, if you will. The bishop E2.
And C5 was played directly, definitely already a positional threat. If white castles, then C takes D4 is actually already uncomfortable for white. As knight takes D4 is extremely unambitious. This kind of hedgehog positions are just nothing.
Or even
D5 will equalize. And if you take on D4, actually after D5, white might already be worse.
It's kind of, what do you call it, a Tarash reverse. So
reverse Tarash, but has no advantage for white. The extra tempo is not meaningful at all.
As a Karo Khan player, it warms my heart to hear you say that black is more than okay.
Yes.
All right. So that hence after C5, well, that was why Hikaru felt that if you wanted to play for an advantage, out comes the move D5. But then it's Benoni-like.
Benoni?
With the pawn on E3, Benoni players would be happy.
Definitely very happy. I mean, it's still a Benoni structure, but for a Benoni, I think it's quite good. I wouldn't be afraid of playing. Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of playing this for black.
Oh, absolutely.
Any day.
D6, knight C3, E6.
It's nice and unbalanced, and there's nothing really to be afraid of compared to a normal Benoni. White's going to have to spend an extra tempo to go E4.
Yes.
Normally, they go exactly into this variation, but with the move E4 played in one go.
Of course.
So I'm actually kind of curious about what's going to go out, because knight A6 was played by Maxime, and then knight D2 was played by Hikaru.
All right.
And it seems like this is exactly the main line of, with E4.
The pawn on E4, not on the
But there's no
E2
advantage of having it on E4. You're going to have to play E4 at some point. I don't think that you want to keep it on E3, unless there's some reason.
I can't think of a very good one. I'm looking at white's position and saying, well, down the road, long time down the road, white has an issue. How is he going to get this bishop on C1 into the game? And if you're not playing E4, it doesn't have a very good view. And playing for a fianchetto is going to take a lot of work because this bishop is sitting on G7 in ambush, just ready to pounce on a mistake like B3.
Well, we're going to want to see how Hikaru handles this position. I think he's playing more on Maxime not knowing the situation. But meanwhile, we have Maurice Ashley with an update on, I believe, the Fabiano game.
Well, it seems, as we mentioned yesterday, that players with the white pieces have been less ambitious because the main line seemed to be all basically fine for black. And that seems to be the case in that game you guys were just showing there. Nakamura not wanting to go down any main line Grunfelds but he knows Maxime Vachier-Lagrave knows extremely well. So let's just play some random nonsense, basically. But this is not that random, and there may be some durability to playing the game, and let's see it keep going. But let's take a look at this one that is being played right now between the world champion and Fabiano Caruana. And you talk about lacking ambition. If you got out of bed and had to play this position with the white pieces, you guys would probably say, what the heck? I got to play this? It's as symmetrical as possible. The knights are off the board. It looks essentially equal, as though they decided they would just make a quick draw. Well, not so fast. Earlier this year, a game was played between two players, Arishchenko and Etienne Bacrot, the Frenchman, who is a very strong player. And White was able to win this position in July of this year. Take a look at some of the moves. It looked very natural. Black was probably thinking, come on, I'll make any move and I'll be okay. But first things first, let's just get a trade off the dark squid bishops. White has a superior bishop on f1, so this trade was his first plus, and already there's a little bit of tension here and a strong rook on e5. We go forward just a couple of moves, and suddenly White played the move h4. You thought White wasn't ambitious? Well, now clearly he is. And in just a few moves after a6, h5 was allowed, and rook f e8, queen to e3, and suddenly we had troubling along the e line. Black went down miraculously quickly after domination on the dark squares by White. He slowly just kept increasing the pressure on the position. Bishop c6, and now h6, another squeeze move after rook e5, rook takes e5, rook to d8, and then g4. This is from that position we said it was so unambitious. Rook d6, queen e3, just to conclude the game after these moves. Rook back to d6, and now queen to e5, and Black resigned here. Certainly a miserable game to have to play. Why? You might say, well, why didn't he keep playing? Rook d8 allows this move, queen to f6, an embarrassing position. Maybe a little premature, the resignation, but still, this kind of position can erupt from what we saw way back here. The position that they are now in is Carlsen and Caruana. So there's no position that you just say, oh, wow, this is an easy draw. Certainly, the world champion has this game on his mind, and he has, in fact, played the move. Has he played bishop to f4? Yes, he, in fact, did play the move from that game. Despite spending a bit of time to think about it, you know he knows the game, and he's got that victory on his mind, and he's got a few thoughts. So don't think that he's just trying to make a quick draw.
Yeah, so
Boy, that was a pathetic loss. Oh my gosh! Look, if you play chess, be prepared to lose. It's a nature of the game. If you want to be a diver, a springboard diver, you're going to belly flop time on occasion. I don't mind losing, and I especially enjoy losing good games where my opponent played brilliantly. But losing a game like that, it just makes you reconsider the whole idea of being a chess professional. That was way, way, way off board. Too pathetic. Poor Etienne.
Yeah,
But bishop f4, okay,
really
I understand the squeeze. I understand the squeeze
Okay.
factor. And I know Magnus is,
He was
one of the
famous
world's
for that.
best.
He was so famous for
in the
grabbing
squeeze.
positions which had basically nothing.
Yeah.
And turning them into something.
But you recall I was having this challenge to yourself and Maurice yesterday where I said, look, my whole career, it was about pressing with White, holding with Black.
Right.
This is not a position where you would, readily rub your hands together and say, oh, great, I get to press. It's sort of like the advantages are so minute. It doesn't inspire me. Let me just put it that way. Magnus wins this game, hat tip and all the rest of it, but wow. Too narrow for me.
You think this is too narrow?
I think an important point, though, is clearly Fabiano in no way in the world looked at this position with any kind of care. I mean, if he saw this position, he would have said, are you joking? This is dumb. I'm not.
Yeah.
He would have just kind of looked at it askance and said, this is nothing. I don't need to study this. If I get this on the board and I lose, then I'm just a loser. Like, that's got to be his attitude. But Magnus undoubtedly looked at this very carefully because he knows that all the hours Fabiano spent preparing whatever else he prepared and all the critical moves, this is not a waste of time. All your preparation is a waste of time. And you got to be sitting here thinking, what did this guy cook up in this boring-looking position. And Magnus confidently knows, okay, I've got the edge, at least in terms of the psychology. Will it mean anything for the board? It just looks so drawn. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have
It's
to
dry.
see how
Yes, how he-
Caruana reacts. Because, I mean, compared to other players in this tournament, especially the one that we saw lose, Etienne Bacrot, who's a very dynamic player. He's very famous for this King's Indian type of positions.
Exactly.
You know, I can see how he might not be the best defender in the world, but
Right.
Caruana can easily play a snooze fest, boring, solid defense and have
Right.
no problem doing so.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if this really is the best technique against him. We're going to have to...
On the other
see.
hand, if you wanted to make a positive insight from White's position, it is true that White definitely does have control. Well, his rook is on the open E file. So, I mean, Black still has to neutralize. It's not like Black can just go, okay, I'll play bishop f5, and I'll do what the other guy did to the other guy. I will trade this light squared bishop for this light squared bishop, and I'll go h5, h4, and checkmate you on the king side. You
Well,
know.
I don't think Caruana will play.
No. So, I mean, I'm saying that you still have to play a number of exact moves, and Magnus just feels that, well, it's tough getting an advantage in other lines. This is safe.
Maybe worth a try. Now, it's always important to realize that if you ever trade the dark squared bishops, that favors white. And
Just
it does-
because of the d5 pawn and
the
the
d5 pawn. But it
Yeah.
does seem to be a first instinct that you want to trade off that bishop, right?
The bishop on e7.
E7,
Yeah,
yeah.
you want to go bishop f6, clear the e
Clear
file.
the e-file.
But then there's bishop e5.
Right.
And our final game that we haven't looked at, it's interesting. I played in so many round-robin tournaments in my life, and I really recall those events where I drew the number one. And I've done incredibly well. I think I've won every event where I drew the number one
Wow.
at the lottery. Why? You start with two whites, and you finish the tournament with a black. It almost feels like you have almost an extra two whites throughout the tournament.
Right.
And for Veselin Topalov, he gets two whites in a row to start the event. As we know, he lost yesterday in a time trouble, and
He'll have to actually fight to be on 50% with white.
precisely. And how's this? The Berlin, the curse of the Berlin. Alexander Grishuk yesterday got the worst of it against Hikaru.
I didn't
He
know that
says, "Let me-"
Grishuk was a Berlin player.
No, I have always associated him with the white side.
Yeah,
If
me
anything,
too.
yeah.
I didn't know he played it with black.
D2, D3, it's turned out that this might be the most combative way to try to keep the queens and bishop c5, c3.
I don't know, you think Topalov should have just sat back and waited for Carlsen's idea? Maybe he should have played the same way?
Maybe. I recall there was a recent game in the European Championship where it was Magnus was white against Levon Aronian, and it had gone castles, knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and amazingly, a beautiful game by Levon Aronian where he really, well, no other way of putting it, he crushed.
He crushed
Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was great. So I'm sure that game was fresh on the top players' minds, and hence we have
C3.
C3 castles. All of these moves have been played. Ooh. So A6.
No,
and
forcing him to
bishop
take
takes
on
C6.
Okay.
B takes C6, castles, rook E8, rook E1, and we have this position. For those of you with long memories, I remember Mickey Adams playing the computer Hydra.
Oh.
And there was, I'm just going to put a move on the board. It's not their game. But the point was that Mickey had a position that looked like this, where he ended up with these double pawns, and the computer Hydra really made it appear that this position was really bad. Like these pawns could be exploited, and Mickey never got any initiative with his two bishops. So there is a lurking danger that those double pawns can be a long-term weakness. And if you don't get, your light square bishop in the game, you're just kind of suffering a little bit.
That makes sense.
Maurice, some thoughts, please.
Well, you brought up Michael Adams, and I've been looking at the game between Geary and Adams, the opening that we saw with the move bishop to d2. And right here after bishop d2, queen takes c5 was played. And, of course, b4 is something you want to play, but, of course, f2 is hanging, so e3 to stop anything. And this position here has not been played that much, and when it has been played, I shouldn't say it has been played that much. Actually, there are a number of games in this line, but it seems as though black is fine, more or less, in all the lines. The point here is that black has the move knight takes on d2, now making sure he gets those two bishops. And then after knight takes back, guarding the pawn, could have taken with the queen, of course, but the pawn in c4 will be hanging. But knight takes d2. And now this position here, black has shown himself to have many resources that basically equalize. I mean, there's one move to play d4 in this position if you want to keep some tension in the position. dc4 probably being the most liquidating move. Castles is possible as well. Black has also even played a5. Number of moves black can try, and that might be the rub. The fact that black has so many moves, if Adams has not looked at this position, then he's got to make some choices. And again, we see, just like the game with Magnus and Caruana, a position that may be equal. We see players with white doing this more and more. This position may be more or less equal, but what happens if I drill down deep, take a long look at the possibilities, and see where the tricks are? Maybe there's a trick trap, maybe an idea somewhere, and force my opponent to figure it out at the board. Now, great players like Michael Adams, he could solve problems at the board for sure. That's why you're a top grandmaster. But if you get behind on the clock just a little bit in the technique that players like Geary display, that could be just the edge a player needs, playing on the clock. And especially at this little funky, so to speak, time control, that might prove to be something. That said, it does look pretty equal.
Thank you, Maurice. You know, of all the world's top players, and you think about the history of world champions post-World War II, very, very few of the world champions really wanted to step into a Benoni as black, with the exception of Michael Tal, and we all remember Bobby Fischer doing it in Game 3 of the 1972 World Championship match. Essentially, we have the Benoni with an extra move for black, and Michael Tal would be thrilled to have the black pieces. There was a game, I think it was from the U.S. Championship. Caden Trofe was white against Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah. It was a Benoni by Hikaru, and Hikaru just played a model game of, like, if you're black and a Benoni.
I thought he was in a little bit of trouble at some point.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that he killed him at the end with a very nice combination. So, you know, I'm thinking, you know, in modern chess theory, the Benoni is kind of looked at askance as like a risky line for black. But if you're going to give black an extra tempo, I mean, you should be getting punished for it. And I'm just wondering what the heck Hikaru, who plays the Benoni, he plays everything, is thinking he's going to do. He's just sort of like gifting, let us say, this extra move rook e8 or this extra move rook b8.
Well, there is no sort of about it. He has extra, basically lost a tempo because this is the main line of the Benoni.
Exactly.
This is the, and he is down a tempo. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it. I
mean, white could have the move a2, a4, or rook e1, or I don't know, even possibly queen c2. White's missing a move.
No, White's missing a move. Yeah, there's no other way.
I don't know which one move he's missing, but he's missing one.
Basically, what he's saying is that the Benoni is so bad that if you give him an extra tempo, it's still playable, I guess, for White.
Or he's thinking, well, I got nothing against your Grunfeld. I've got better chances of getting an edge here.
I'll give you a free tempo, just don't play the Grunfeld against me.
Exactly, please, stop it. Yes. So, okay, having said that, let's take a look at what White, by the way, did play the move e2, e4, obviously, and he's thinking about getting this bishop in the game. Clearly, on a very, very good day, what White wants to do is he wants to establish his knight on c4, he wants to bring his bishop out to f4. Problem with all of that is you've got to keep an eye on this pawn on e4, make sure that it's sufficiently protected. So while I'm not a big fan of this move, f2, f3, there's some wild counter attacking ideas in the Benoni that often go like knight h5, and you've got to be just a little bit sensitive to this idea that, well, if the queen goes here, there's a knight g3 kind of checkmate in the position. You don't want to allow that. And also, you can't play your knight to c4 too early, because then you're simply walking into a tempo with b7, b5. That cuts out the move f2, f3 as an option.
Yeah, I don't like it too much.
So if you play a4 as a kind of a preparatory move, then notice that this move knight on a6, which is kind of flexible, it wants to go to c7 and support b5. You play a2, a4 a little bit too soon. You just allow black to take up a nice perch here on the b4 square. So a4 is cut out. So now you really need to start looking for a move that will sensibly fit into a long-term plan of how you're going to develop the pieces.
I think rook e1 is
rook
the
e1 is the most, okay. So rook e1. So black's idea is definitely he wants to play b7, b5. If I prepare it with the move bishop d7, I don't know. Can you play? No, I don't think you can play knight c4 right away. I'll take, knight takes d6. And you're giving black this kind of opportunity of playing rook e4.
Too much activity in that variation. Yeah.
So bishop, pardon me, I have to take that move back. So bishop d7, sorry, I'm preparing b5. Play a natural move like a4. Okay, now...
See, the thing is that normally,
yes,
after bishop d7, b5 is not a threat.
Because
you don't have a rook on b8.
Right.
So I can usually just play bishop f1.
Right.
And when you go rook b8, I play knight c4. Therefore,
Right.
bishop d7 is dubious.
Right. But
But
now,
now,
with the rook on b8 supporting the
because you're
b5.
down a tempo.
Right.
Right.
So rook e1, and by the way, bishop d7 is not the only move. Knight.
There are other moves. Knight c7.
Knight c7. This
So
is
knight c7 goes back into more normal things.
Well, there is this funny idea that, normally speaking, positionally it's great to have advanced our pawn to a5. In a funny way, black takes advantage of being in possession of the b5 square.
Right.
So I'll just put a move on for white for a second. And now suddenly you toss out this move bishop b5, and it's sort of like, dude, you're interfering with my grand design, you know, stop making counter-punching moves, you know. Very interesting, the Benoni, these lines of play. I like these positional strategic battles. So,
Yeah.
I
This
don't
will
know.
be interesting. It's an interesting variation, but I think that overall, white should be unable to claim an advantage once you give up a
Lost
tempo
the
like
tempo
this.
like
yeah,
that,
I don't
yeah,
think
and
so.
for a main line. Maurice, some thoughts as we debate the pros and cons of losing a tempo as white in a main line.
Again, it's that point about white trying to just get some position. He believes, okay, I'm not better. There's no question Hikaru Nakamura understands the niceties of this discussion. It's not like he's thinking, oh, yeah, I'm down a tempo, really? I didn't know that. And he absolutely knows that he's down a tempo and is willing to go into this position and decide to make Maxime think. And Maxime knows it's fine for him, or ought to be fine for him. But we'll see whether or not he is able to continue the game, especially since he's not in his normal territory in the Grunfeld. Another position here, you know, it's fun when you're being a commentator, you're trying to get inside the minds of the players. And why would he play this particular line? Well, this line that Geary, our tournament leader, played against Michael Adams, position is so equal-ish, and I say ish. Many of the results have ended up draws. Very few victories for white in this line. Very few. In fact, only two I could find in the database. And after d takes c4, bishop c4, castles, this position, white has castled here. However, the one game that was with a strong player, Rafael Leitao, from Brazil, Grandmaster Leitao, playing with the white pieces, he played the move b4 when this position was presented to him. And his point was to play with, after queen to f6, to play the move queen b2. And this line was played by Leitao. He was able to win this game. Now, you wonder, what is the point here? The point is to put a knight on e4 and eventually maybe get a knight on c5. Also, you could castle here in this position and just play chess. This knight and these two minors being slightly superior to black's minors. Is that enough to write home about? Well, Geary's the kind of guy, a small edge is enough. So it looks like he's tracking down Leitao, channeling Leitao's game. And the most important point about this is that he's playing quickly, and Michael Adams is being forced to stop and think. I mean, if Adams had known this position, he'd have played automatically. However, Geary, again, very confident, blitzing out moves. Somewhat like Magnus Carlsen in this position, he blitzed out the bishop f4 move. Sorry, he took some time before he played bishop f4, but once bishop f6 appeared on the board, he instantly played bishop to e5, just like that game we saw earlier. However, a difference happened here because bishop e6 had been played in the other game. Rook takes e5, and now rook to e8, avoiding bishop e6 and getting his bishop into some kind of trouble. So it looks like Caruana has sidestepped whatever that preparation was, and now is forcing Magnus to stop and think about the position.
Different approaches we see here with the white pieces. But well, before we go into deeper detail on today's openings, we have a special, as Jennifer Shahade was able to catch a little word with Lawrence Trent.
Hey guys, thanks. I'm here with International Master Lawrence Trent, bon vivant.
Hello.
Also works with Fabiano Caruana. Now, we know you have a favorite in this tournament, but besides Fabi, who do you like?
Well, we've got a lot of great players here, haven't we? I mean, you can't really say that we're lacking in choice. Magnus, Maxim, Alexander. I mean, they're all great players. Lots of excitement. So but I can't really go for anybody else except my Fabiano. So I'm rooting for him till the very end. Even if he loses first 8 games, I'll be there for the 9th. Well, actually, I won't. I probably would have disappeared for the 9th, but that's not going to happen. No,
Don't even say that.
Don't even say
because
that. I'm not jinxing it. No.
Pulling a Caruana means something completely different than that.
Yeah, so what's the opposite of pulling a Caruana then? This would also be pulling a Caruana. So what kind of Caruana? We'd confuse the terms.
I know you're kind of a superstitious guy, Lawrence, so just don't even go there. Don't say it.
We're not going there. No,
don't say it.
He'll be fine.
Well, speaking of Fabi, what do you think about his position today against Levan, and what do you think of the opening?
Well, the opening was very slow. It was D3 Spanish. I think Fabiano probably prepared this. He didn't want to go into a Marshall Gambit, and Levon's been doing well with that with black. So he's got a very slow position, but actually past few moves, his position I think has improved drastically. And I think he's got a little edge now. And it's one of those edges that are, a safe edge where he can just keep on plugging away without too much risk. And if he wins it, great. And if it peters out, then no big deal. So I'm quite happy at the moment.
So how do you feel about such an amazing tournament, part of the Grand Chess Tour, being right here in London as a British chess player yourself? Does it feel great?
Londoner? No, I love it. I mean, I was here at the first one 7 years ago. I remember I was commentating. Magnus Carlsen was here. He was only 18. And he played this amazing game against Vladimir Kramnik. I remember it very well. And then he became world champion. No, it's just great. I mean, to have all of these stars here in London, it's just so good for chess in England. And also there's the huge scholastic element of the event as well. We can see here behind us chess sets all over the place in the main lobby, kids tournaments, coaching sessions, loads of side events. No, it's just massive thanks has to go to Malcolm and the team for putting on this event, and also people like Peter Davis for helping. Without him this wouldn't happen. So no, it's just I'm absolutely buzzing to be back in London and be here for this just an amazing event.
Now, with Fabiano Caruana, without giving too much away, can you tell us what makes him special that you've never seen in any other player? Because I know you're also friendly with a lot of the other top players. What do you see in him that you haven't seen in anybody else?
It's an interesting one. The great thing about Fabiano is His style isn't easily identifiable. So when you ask, like, Carlsen, he's kind of got this Karpov-esque about him. When you ask about Nakamura, well, he's kind of got this dynamic edge. With Fabi, it's difficult to locate his style. I think that makes him difficult to play against. On top of that, he's young, he's full of energy, and he has got real determination to get there. So, very special guy. I'm very, very honoured to work with him.
Well, thank you, Lawrence Trent, International Master. We just saw him in St. Louis, and it's always great to see you, Lawrence.
It's always great to be here.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, guys. Back to you guys in the studio.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
We're back here live with the London Chess Classic Round 2. And, well, we had a little bit of an argument going.
No, we were having a lot of fun during the break, Alejandro, because we were making fun of Hikaru Nakamura's position. And I was arguing, just a second, after knight h5, not only is black got that extra move in a Benoni, but white's setup is all wrong because
Completely wrong.
Black has just opened up the view of his bishop on g7, and he's ready to plant his bishop either on the e5 or d4 squares. And
this is exactly what we were talking about.
And we were having this amusing moment between ourselves that after rook e1, which looks like a normal move, until you suddenly, as Mike Tyson would say, you get punched in the nose or punched in the mouth.
And just to illustrate, after rook f1, the move queen h4 comes and...
Yes, precisely.
Well,
you go, and checkmate is virtually unavoidable after queen h4 and queen h2.
that would be the end of the game.
That's a punch in the mouth.
That is a punch in the mouth.
So we're sitting there wondering what on earth, because Hikaru, who plays the Benoni, he understands all the nuances, all the little tricks.
Yeah, he hasn't played it in a while, but I'm sure he hasn't forgotten.
Yes, exactly.
How to dynamically play what used to be one of his favorite openings.
Defenses, yes, exactly. So we're sitting there wondering what the heck is going on in this game. Maurice, we're going to come to you and ask the same questions. What the heck is Hikaru thinking?
I have no idea. This is just not a line to play.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
That's why I get paid. This losing tempi seems strange, and also the fact that the engine is suggesting the move knight h5, which it's just like obvious, clearly obvious, giving energy to black in the Benoni. I was a Benoni player myself until white kind of squeezed enough that I said, okay, that's it. I got to get out of here. But if you're just going to give away tempi, thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll see what he's thinking there. But however, on another board, someone who's not squandered the white pieces is our tournament leader, Anish Giri, and look at how he has improved on previous lines. Remember we said in this position, this was looking somewhat equal-ish, except the difference being the minor pieces. White has slight superiority of his minors not being constrained, although you look at this 9 on D2 and you might say, well, it doesn't look that good. Well, take a look at this move he played. Bishop D3, no castling. And after H6, the move queen to C3. We had talked about queen to B2 was that idea in the late tile game. But queen C3 is Giri's fine point. What's the deal here? Well, he's got Adams thinking. The natural move is bishop to D7, but suddenly the move B5 appears on the board, and this knight has no forward squares. The queen being on C3 stops the knight from being able to go to A5, and the knight will have to grovel on some ugly square, D8 or B8, and already the engine saying, very nice position for white. So Giri has investigated a sideline, seems equal, not great results, came up with just a small wrinkle in queen C3, a nice little novelty, and it looks as though he is going to get an edge, and Adams is starting to realize that there is a bit of poison here, and the last thing you want is to play a position that you thought should be equal to suddenly start to look worse. And his clock ticking away, Giri blitzing out his moves, and you see him walking by there. A very dapper young man in purple. I remember I wore a purple shirt and tie at some other broadcast, and he tweeted at me and said, man, you're stealing my clothes. I sound like, I'm sorry, young man, you're stealing my clothes.
Yes.
At any rate, he's looking good right now in the game.
Yasser,
Maurice.
Don't you feel it's always a good feeling when you're just walking around the stage, you haven't even started to think, because, well, your opponent has spent about 40 minutes, you're still in your preparation, just waltzing around the boards, casually watching the other games?
Oh, without question. I was quite unlucky in my chess career, probably because I was too lazy to actually do great preparation. And it wasn't all that often that I really caught my opponent in some really good preparation. But those times that I did, and, like you say, just walking around and enjoying my opponent's discomfort as he's at the board, furtively looking for a way out, it is great. That's when you're well prepared. And Anish has that little tiny wrinkles of B4 and queen C3 has put the veteran Mickey Adams under a little bit of pressure. Due to that idea that Maurice was mentioning, B5, and I was looking at this ending that Mickey Adams might think about going for queen F6. It's not that I'm very unhappy about the double pawn so much as this I really was unhappy about sticking my knight on the 8th rank. So you coaxed the double pawns, but can white apply the screws further? There was a wonderful annotated game in the New in Chess magazine written by Anish Giri where he played against Grandmaster Peter Leko of Hungary and got just exactly this 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 ending where... Yes, where he won a real model game in this ending against Peter Leko. A very, very hard man to beat, by the way.
Yes, extremely solid. Actually, I remember that a lot of people thought that match was going to go 9 draws.
9 draws, and suddenly it was Anish Giri winning in the first two games. Right.
Yes.
And this position is very unpleasant because this bishop on E4 lords over this long diagonal, making it very awkward for black. For example, bishop D7. And Maurice was mentioning that it's the activity of white's 2 minor pieces before black literally gets off the starting block that is giving Mickey Adams problems. So you think you could bail out into this ending?
No, I don't think
it's not a good bail.
So
it really is not a good bail.
And actually, Mickey came up with another idea. He decided to play the move A6, which looks like a little bit of a weakening move. I mean, I'm always worried that a knight's going to land on this B6 square
one day. I was about to suggest the move A6, and the reason was that after the move queen c3, I'd love to play the move e5. If I have trouble the other way developing my bishop, well, let me bring it out on its natural diagonal. Let me open up a pathway to get my bishop out. It's just that this move b5, attacking the knight, driving it backwards, knight to c4, it just feels like white's getting going here. There's an initiative in the position for white that I didn't want to deal with. So hence I was thinking, well, why don't I start with the move a6? Agreed, long term, I don't want to lose control of the b6 square, but maybe for the short term, it's the best opportunity for black to break out.
Well, and if I play knight c4 in this position, how are you going to respond?
Okay, I'll just
I was a little
ahead.
worried about that move because of bishop e4, actually.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to jump right away, but bishop e4, I see. I wasn't, just to mention, it's not that I missed knight b6, I just wasn't so worried about losing this bishop at all.
Right.
But bishop e4 is by far a superior move. Now I have an issue.
Right. Yes, you do.
Obviously, I'm staring down, bishop takes c6 and this pawn. Okay, so let's say, and for my next trick, well, I'm not a happy camper, Alejandro.
I thought I could take on c6 here. Now,
Right.
I might be miscalculating, but
Let's give it a whirl.
I wanted to take with the knight.
Yes,
and
indeed.
then play
I understand.
rook g1.
And you have evil intentions, don't you?
I never said I was a good man.
I better kick, well, if I kick...
Then I can simply retreat, I think. I can also go knight f3, I think.
Ooh, now that's really nasty.
Yes. I think that's game over.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, I don't see how you defend the bishop. The knight is very conveniently placed on f3, preventing
Beautifully
queen
played.
e4.
Yeah, after rook c8, queen back to b2.
That's all she
I'm
wrote.
stuck.
Yeah. That's an extra piece.
And I played very logical moves.
Yes.
And I end up, that's a very nice line. Obviously, I had put my faith in bishop takes g2. I may have to play this.
But down a pawn, I mean, you will be suffering. You have
I know.
some
I'm a big,
compensation.
yeah. It really is about this king for the moment. If I don't immediately get an initiative or some kind of compensation, you just have to make one move, though, before we'll leave this position alone. If you do take on c6...
And I was planning on it.
And you were, oh, wonderful. Well, then I will go, pardon me, rook takes c6.
Yeah. Queen b2, probably.
Right. And this is the moment where I have to do something very initiative-like, whether I take the c file
Or play rook g6, maybe.
and going after the g2 pawn, yes. So let's say queen e4, castles, rook g6,
g3.
and I'm a little bit worried that my initiative
It's not quite enough, right?
Right.
Doesn't feel
Doesn't
like it.
feel like I'm there yet. But if I do it the other way, queen e4, castles, rook c2, this might
give enough.
yeah.
There's
At
some
least
chances.
it's
Right.
better than the line where I made it on g7, isn't it? So there is a pull. There is something nice, and again, it's that
Right.
small nagging, but long-term plus. I just wanted to turn back to the game of Magnus Carlsen because I think that's a hugely important rivalry, not just for today, but for years and years to come. We've almost, well, what else can we say? We were kind of almost berating the world champion for his choice of openings, but after the move queen b3, again, it's like black is lagging.
Right.
And black is trying to equalize. Bishop b5, what do we got? What's Magnus's idea? Does he want to jump on the e file?
The problem with the e file is that once I play bishop e6, it seems like there is no reason for your rook to be on this particular file. But I don't think that it's advantageous for you to be on the c file either. I'm going to play rook c8 on the next move, and you definitely have a lot less pressure than, for example, the game Areshenko-Bakrov,
where there were 4 rooks on the board and da-da-da. So, all right, so bishop b5. So again, after queen d6, you're not impressed by White's command of the e-file. In the straight bishop ending, that should be nothing, right?
I was just thinking about that, actually. If everything comes off, the rooks come off, the queens come off, how's the bishop ending with the weak pawn on d5? And my initial impression is absolutely nothing for White.
Dead draw.
Dead draw. Yeah.
The reason is it's just there's no entry squares for White's king.
No entry squares whatsoever.
Yeah.
And even if there were,
it wouldn't even be convincing either, right?
I still would not be convinced.
Yeah. Okay, so it appears to our eyes, at least, that this trade of rooks was extremely important and quite beneficial for Black, as Magnus is still squeezing, but just maybe
very
it's
slightly.
It's a tad.
He might want to play a very quick rook c1, queen c3, utilizing the fact that the back rank is weak to try to create something.
All right.
But
so let's say rook
sure
c1.
if it'll work.
So you're saying we're going to meet bishop e6 with queen c3.
I was trying to create something here for Magnus.
Understood. And after, for example, f6,
queen c7, something along these lines.
And we're forced to go down into, obviously we just talked about the bishop ending, so we'll walk into this pin, and can Black make hay out of this?
I don't know if he can win, but he can at least play bishop f5.
Rook b3. I have to stop this killer move, killer blow, I want to say. So rook c3.
But, I mean, at the very least, after rook d1, I should probably be okay.
Yes, rook d1's good enough. Yeah.
And of course, looking at it from another perspective, I didn't have to play f6 if, for example, there was some kind of check.
King f8 or something.
Yeah, I could have played king f8 or h6 or some other kind of move.
So you talked yourself out of it. You wanted to go rook c1 and queen c7, and by the time you got there, you discovered it was a dead end.
I'm trying to figure something out.
Yeah, right. You want Magnus to show an initiative, some gumption here, but it just doesn't seem to offer much of anything.
I can't see too much. And I mean, you always have also queen f4 ideas. I mean,
potentially turning the tables and
right.
Yeah.
There just seems to be a little bit too much activity for Black, and it's small, but it's sufficient in the sense that you always have rook c8 to counter on the c file.
Right.
You always have queen f4 to counter on the d pawn. It felt like in the Bakrov game, and this is a very key difference. In the Bakrov game, Black never created anything. You know,
because of the 4 rooks.
The 4 rooks were clamping down the position.
Yeah.
He weakened himself with g6,
right,
which allowed White to play h4, h5, and after that, Black was completely tied down to the defense.
Right.
Whereas here, even though Black's passive, there's nobody arguing that, the potential to actually create a threat is very ready.
Yeah, very small, yes. Maurice, you have some thoughts to share of round 2 of the London Classic.
Well, as the leader of the tournament, Anish Giri tries to make a little bit of a grind in his game. We'd like to reflect on yesterday's exciting game that he played against Vasily Topalov. That was absolutely a topsy-turvy affair. It looked like Topalov was the one who had all the chances, but then he allowed Giri back in the game. And then the critical moment appeared right here after bishop f3. If you haven't seen it, let's just review this move. Bishop to f3, attacking the rook, trying to chase the rook off the rank, and then knight to e4 was played. And in this position, if Topalov at any time at all, he absolutely would have taken this knight. Why? Because there's so many moves, it turns out, for Black that are just fine. He didn't take the knight. He took on a7. And according to the engines, rook d7, easy draw. Chasing this queen around, perpetual chase on the queen because f2 needs to be defended. Also, what would be fine is also rook takes f2, according to the engines. Even that works out much more complicated fashion. But if you've got 2 choices that at least equalize, you know if Topalov had some time on his clock, he would have looked and said, oh, wait a minute, I can't let any of those on the board. It turns out that it was the 3rd choice that was actually crushing. Knight takes on f2, and we got to see this position, a full rook sacrifice after bishop e2, knight takes h3, king f1, down a full rook was Geary to go into this line boldly. He had to see the next move, queen to d5. Beautiful geometrics, controlling all the squares now, the knight guarding the dark squares, the queen now guarding all the light squares. The entry was inevitable. And after this move, bishop h5, which was just a try in time pressure, king e1 gave better chances to fight back, but still he would have lost in that line as well. And then it was just hammer blow after hammer blow with check, king d1, knight f2 check, king to c2, and then knight e4, and the king's just going to march up the board with the queen chasing it, followed by the rook, and it's going to be mate. Geary called himself lucky, but queen d5, that's not luck. That's skill. Those of us looking at the game didn't even see the move coming down with the analysis after king f1. It was quite a scintillating move, a move he should be proud of, and I'm sure one he'll remember for the rest of his chess career.
Oh yeah, that's going to be.
All right. We got the outfits going. You know, I gotta say, I like the intensity of that shirt. That purple is very good, but you know, all right, we got the memo.
WhoWoreItBetter.com.
WhoWoreItBetter.com. Yeah, we state your opinion. Yeah. But also, I just want to emphasize that what happened in that game, especially from Anish's point of view, was the clocks were ticking.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's easy for us in the studio to sit down and say, okay, this was a really nice geometry.
Was it easy? Because I remember saying, king f1, wait.
What do we got?
What we got, yeah.
And
we were really confused.
He's down to just a few minutes for quite a number of moves, and he came up and he discovered the tactics and the position.
Nice.
It was very impressive,
yeah.
very impressive. I've turned once again to the game of Hikaru Nakamura. We had been waiting for this move, knight h5, a very common thematic move in the Benoni.
Yeah.
And what black often tries to do in any Benoni kind of structure is to trade off at least one pair of minor pieces. If he can trade off two, black is often doing very, very happy. So this move, knight h5, has a dual purpose. Number one, it wants to hunt down and on a good day, trade itself for that bishop. That's a nice idea. Secondly, you want to play the move f5. So, for example, let me just show one very common theme. Oh, hold on, that's not a good move. Otherwise, I would play knight f4. Well, rook e1. Hold on, that was the checkmate variation.
We're still stumped on what white's gonna play.
Okay, right. We are still stumped on white's.
I think that's why knight b3 wanted to be played by.
Well, the computer wanted knight b3, and we just recoiled.
Because knight b3 looks ridiculous.
Because in a Benoni, white never wants to put white wants to put his knight on c4, and just to again boldly state the obvious, after knight c4, b5. It's a marvelous initiative for black. This is a dream Benoni.
He does have the move f4, however. We should look at that. f4 is an important line, and it looks as though bishop d4 check looks quite strong. But after king to h1, the knight on h5 is hanging.
Well, how do you respond here against simply queen h4? Are you actually going to take my
Bishop
knight?
the engine takes instantly. Bishop takes
Queen
on
takes.
h5 and trade again and go into this particular endgame. Which
But I always thought the settings were actually quite good for black. The engines seem to really dislike black's position because of the double pawns.
Right.
And they're like, oh my god, double pawns on the h file. But then you realize that there's a little bit of an initiative. e4 is weak in the long term. You always have knight b4 coming in. The light squared bishop eventually becomes a problem. I mean, I wouldn't be too afraid of playing this unless...
The issue here is knight b5.
Right.
Very concretely.
I was about to say, unless there's a specific problem.
Right.
And it does seem like knight b5 is the problem.
Yes, exactly. And it's a lucky thing for white that he does have this move, knight b5.
Right.
Again, whenever you see this knight h5, bishop takes h5, you're forcibly reminded of Bobby Fischer. Well, again, during that break that we were having this discussion and, well, having a little fun with each other. And I was saying, I think white's going to play f4. And you recoiled. You said, what is that? You're going to play e3, then you're going to play e4. Then you go to f3, and then you're going to play f4. You didn't believe it for a moment.
Not only do I not believe it, but it's on the board.
f4.
f4 is on the board. Hikaru Nakamura has just played f4. We're going to have to see how Maxime Vachier-Lagrave reacts. It's a very interesting move. Knight f6 would represent a loss of a tempi, but currently the knight on h5 is hanging, so he actually has to do something.
Right.
And what's weird, guys, and what's weird is I'll jump to that board. I'm looking at it, we were laughing at it, pawn went e3, e4, now f3, f4. The thing is, if you want to justify this play with bishop d4, check, king back, and then the move knight to f6, white has this weird move again, knight to b5. Very sharp move, and the point of the move is that he is attacking this bishop. The a7 pawn is not really on his mind, although, hey, he might take it, but his e4 pawn is a trick. He wants endgames that are good for him, does white. So let's take a look, for example, at a move that's natural. Knight takes on e4. It's not entirely natural, given that your bishop on d4 is something you don't want to give away, this great Benoni bishop. And if you look at this trade down, and now bishop f3, and suddenly, after the rook drops back, white can play the move b3, put a bishop on b2, and I think all of us would say, wait a minute, this is not what we were looking for. So that's not a natural continuation that works anyway. Now let's take a look at the other line after knight b5. The line is this move, bishop to e3, challenging this knight, trying to knock the legs off of this pawn, and again, not worrying about a7 at all. But a surprise is in this position to move, knight takes d6. Surprising shot. Why? Because after queen takes, he now has this move, thanks to the bishop being on that square, knight to c4. He'll get this bishop back from black. And again, we get that position where white has the two bishops and a passed pawn, and I think even much more so you wouldn't like this position with the black pieces. So this problem of bishop d4 going into the position looks very normal, looks very natural. Did Nakamura study this position and say, yeah, this is actually good for me, and it's an easy trap to fall into if you don't spot it coming, and he's gotten his moves in. And the other move, of course, knight f6, although he's lost two moves playing e3, e4, f3, f4, knight h5, knight f6 is just a loss of two moves as well. So an interesting little dynamic taking place here. Nakamura seems very comfortable right now. Is he still in his preparation?
No, I don't know. I think that this position just, I like black. Let me be very bold about it. Okay, so after f4,
yeah,
I agree with, by the way, those are wonderful tricks, bishop d4 check, bishop e3, and how with the knight b5 as well as a knight c4, black's position gets refuted. But we all understand that there's a certain spirit of the Benoni. Mm-hmm. Not just the Benoni, there's a spirit of the Grunfeld. You got to play c5, and you got to sacrifice pawns on occasions.
Yeah.
When you're playing black in the Benoni, you just have to take a very ornery position.
Yeah.
You have to say, I'm not backing down. I'm not going to lose the initiative. You want to take my knight, be my guest. I'm going to play f7, f5, which fits the spirit of the Benoni. So basically, I'm making a key challenge on the e4 pawn. Now, if you take the knight, which probably you shouldn't do, by the way, but if you did do that and followed it up with taking the pawn, I'm just thinking, okay, this is what we do in the Benoni. We activate our pieces. We try to do things like knight b4, knight c2, bishop d4 check, knight d3. And even at the cost of a pawn, perhaps even two.
Are you sacrificing a pawn for the initiative?
I'm not, because I don't play the Benoni, but I have to. You know, if I got the,
I was about to say, who are you?
You know, if you deal me the cards, you know, you got to play what cards you're dealt.
All right.
Well, in this case, I'm sacrificing pawns.
We're gonna see if Maxime actually does this. It's very enterprising kind of position,
right?
But he might be, as you said, forced to do so. We're going to have to
There's a compulsion. Sorry.
Compulsion, yeah. We'll take a little break, and we'll be back and see if Maxime, after his thoughts, actually plays the move f7, f5. Welcome back to the second round of the London Chess Classic. We are well underway here. The opening is very much over and we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the middle game here in London, as we have some positions that are definitely more interesting than others.
Well, we've been having some spirited discussions during our break about the spirit of the Benoni and this idea, the combination of f4 and knight d2 in the game of Hikaru Nakamura, the U.S. champion, versus France's #1 MVL. It's still controversial. I mean, even though we've been picking on Hikaru, I can tell you that after I see the move knight f6, I'm warming up to Hikaru's position. Why? Because of the possibility of e5. We see this very often in a lot of Benonis, that, for example, after a move like bishop f3, not the only move, but just I want to put some moves on the board for just a second, b5, which you would do when the bishop runs away.
You're going to get a b5 for free. I will definitely play b5.
Exactly. And now you're going to go knight b5, and virtually unstoppable move for white is to then continue either with knight takes d6 and e5, a tactic that Maurice Ashley pointed out in a previous position, or simply e5. And I can see that white's position suddenly, all of his pieces bloom. It just it starts to look suddenly like, wait a minute, where did black go wrong, and why is this position suddenly attractive for white?
Well, I'm going to have to disagree.
Okay, please, take it.
I simply don't like the combination of having knight on d2 with the harmonious idea of playing e5, because precisely you want to play the move e5. It seems to me that the knight on d2 is just horribly misplaced. It would have been better off where it started on f3 as it was. For example, in this variation that you gave,
the b5, a4, okay.
Let's say that, and this is of course very theoretical.
Sure.
It didn't happen, and it won't happen since
but it's just
did
the
play king
idea.
h1.
Yeah, ideas.
But with the idea is, let's say that eventually you get in a knight c7, and I understand that right now my pawn on a7 is hanging, so I cannot do this. But just for argument's sake, let's say that I managed to trade off the knight somehow.
Okay.
With knight c7, I defend a7, and I get to trade off the knights. What is your follow-up? How are you going to develop the pieces in such a way that you're going to either allow yourself to play e5 or knight c4 to prepare e5? The problem is that I think it's going to take you too long.
Okay, what's going on in my head? We'll make a move. I don't know if this is a good move or a bad move. I tell you, just to show you what's going on in my head, is that I want to sacrifice the pawn. I want your rook to end up on the square e5 so that everything suddenly just comes into play. This knight on c4, which, yeah, I agree, the knight on d2. But suddenly you put the knight on c4, this great blockading knight, you pick up a tempo, and, suddenly...
And trust me that no
grandmaster's going to be so compliant.
No, but also no grandmaster will retreat that rook.
Oh.
I think they will always sacrifice it on d5.
Like instantly.
I think.
Like right now. Or like you just go for it. Rook takes d5. Oops, sorry. My mouse is not... There we go. I got it. Rook takes. So you've got two pawns for an exchange.
Pair of bishops.
And
yeah, it's true that your knights are well placed, but I mean, is it enough compensation? And again,
we just put in
just putting in moves. Yeah.
But I've always felt the Benoni, when you enter the waters of the Benoni, you've got to be prepared to play sharp.
No, absolutely.
And you just can't sit back and take the punches. You've got to be throwing the patties as well. And this is the type of position where, if white doesn't play these initiative-creating moves like e5 and knight c4 and be willing to sacrifice the pawn, things can go wrong. King h1,
King
a useful,
was move.
Just tucking things away so there's no bishop d4 check.
Yeah, there's always some checks in this variation that cause a great amount of grief. So this is not a very surprising move.
Not at all. Okay, and at the same time, you are eyeballing the b5 square, so you're not making it, a slam dunk that black is going to play b5.
Right.
Okay, bishop d7, what else?
Well, I was thinking knight c7. Bishop d7 runs into knight c4, which I have to calculate. I'm not so sure it's a good move.
Right,
I
because
just know I have to calculate it.
knight e4, rook e4. This is, again, one of those variations where, like you're saying, you're so ready to give up your exchange when the bell rings. Because also, don't forget this knight on d6, you know, it's vulnerable to sudden tactical shots.
Right,
So
it's
this
a complicated variation, I mean.
Okay, so knight c4 probably premature.
Maybe premature. It still has to be calculated to the end. There's some ideas of queen b3 at the end, but let's assume that it is premature. We go a4.
Right. Now I'm saying as black wants to establish his knight, making it that much more difficult for white to play e5.
This kind of positions, I just think that black is relatively okay.
I think black is more than okay. That's why I wasn't that great a fan of the move king h1. I thought I was going to play bishop f3.
And just go for it.
Go for it.
All right.
So that's a very, very sharp position that can blow up literally at any single moment.
Well, Hikaru will be trying to put some pressure there with white. Meanwhile, let's see if Magnus Carlsen is able to actually do anything against Fabiano Caruana, as Maurice Ashley has an update for us in that game.
Well, certainly explosive developments on that board, if I may use the word explosive. But take a look at this position that they played after the move bishop to b5. Caruana sidestepped and said, no problem, I'll give you a pawn. You want the pawn, take it. He obliged with playing queen takes, and now a6, bishop back to d3. Of course, you can't take this pawn now because of mate, so he played bishop to e6, queen to e4, now threatening the h7 pawn, and the move g6, and essentially saying, now I'm hitting your b pawn, I'm going to play rook d8 and hit your d pawn. I have bishop f5 in the position, so surging ahead with d5, allowing bishop f5, queen e2, bishop takes, and queen takes b2, regaining the pawn right now after queen takes, and now rook e1. And here's an a2 pawn. Note, if white allows this, which, sorry, he actually is allowing it. If queen takes a2, it is black who is up a pawn, and these are two connected pass pawns at that, but white has a pawn that is very quick already on the 5th rank, ready to go down board. He certainly has some back rank issues for the moment he might have to fix, but the move d6 is very interesting. Is he better here enough? The engines are saying that white is equal here. That the position is equal. It's not so easy to get this pawn to go all the way down the board as you would like. A move like queen to a5 for starters, tagging this particular rook. And he's going to look for some queen exchange, queen f5, queen b5. If he can exchange off queens and bring his king over, then this pawn is going nowhere fast. And it's black who's going to get anything if this position goes that route. So seemingly a dynamic position. I say dynamic. The position still looks pretty dead-ish, except this is a trick. I mean, it should be equal. Black should be able to defend, but look, a6 and b7, those are real pawns on the board. So make note of that position. It's certainly getting interesting. Another position that I'd like to look at is this one. Aronian versus Anand. Aronian won the Sinquefield Cup. He's definitely in a good position to win the Grand Chess Tour now that Topalov has lost his first game as well. This game we saw started out quite unusually with the move bishop to d2. I did some research and found this is actually how Nakamura played against Aronian. Aronian had black in that game when they played a match right here in St. Louis in November of last year. In this position, castles e3, Aronian played the move rook to e8, proceeded to lose the game to Nakamura. Anand played more principally with the move c5, attacking the center of the board, and after a3 traded, giving up this bishop, and now knight e4, quickly getting the bishop back immediately. Queen c2, knight takes c3, and now bc3, an unusual move for this position. Queen c3 is most often played in what is already an unusual position because bishop d2 is not that popular. And knight d7 instead of the knight on c6, and these moves were played very sharp position, very interesting at least, lots of stuff on the board. Anand being very confident, bringing his knight over to f6, rook b1, showing that his intentions are on the queen side, pressuring this position. And after this lockdown move, knight e4, a4, rook e8, we now see this move, a5, white trying to make hay on this side somehow, trying to prove that this bishop on d7 is a bad piece, on c8 is a bad piece because it can't just simply go to d7 because of queen takes. Looks like white has a bit of an edge. The superior bishop and the pawn structure seems to favor him slightly, but is it enough to defeat someone like Anand? We'll see. The time situation is good for both sides. And finally, another game to look at. Grishchuk versus Topalov. We call this the seller game, but in fact, only Topalov has a loss in the entire tournament. Grishchuk drew his game, so he's doing fine so far. Drew his first game. And Topalov, both of them fine on the clocks as well. The players are getting the memo about the clocks and play quickly. This position, very rich, very interesting. Black seems dynamically placed. Moves like A4 can come. Eventually, doesn't seem as though too much danger here. So very rich games all across the hall. Every game is interesting, in fact, and including this one, which you thought was getting a little bit snoozy. So we'll see if the games proceed in this interesting fashion in the next hour.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. Let's take a quick look at the standings that we have after the two tournaments of the Grand Chess Tour. So Veselin Topalov, who is the leader after the Norway and St. Louis tournaments, well, he lost his first game, so he's going to have to make up for lost ground. As Hikaru Nakamura, he had a good chance yesterday to go into the lead, but was unable to capitalize. Still, he's number 2 in the list at 16 points. Levon Aronian trying to press against Anand right now is 15 points. Magnus Carlsen, well, he still has some chances in today's game against Fabiano Caruana. Don't count him out yet. He is at 14 points and a win in this tournament. He desperately wants to finish the year with 2 victories in a row. He would like to win here in London and go over to the strong Qatar Masters and win that tournament as well. Yeah. And what are they playing for? They're playing for a lot of money. Veselin Topalov has already accrued $90,000, as well as Levon Aronian with their victories, respectively, in Norway and St. Louis. And they will be playing for a lot of money also in this tournament.
Right. The bonus, basically $150,000 split between the top 3 finishers. I think the bonus pool is going to be divided $75,000 to the winner, overall winner, extra $50,000 to the runner-up, and $25,000 to the third-place finisher.
And that is on top of the prizes for the London Chess Classic itself,
which is $300,000. Very, very, very nice. Going to the game between Caruana, this was the matchup that I thought, especially a year or two ago, we're going to see the rivals that these two top guys, Magnus and Fabiano. Fabiano still has to win and to become a challenger. I'm reminded of a game that I actually played with Walter Brown, essentially very, very similar. I had a an advanced pass pawn in just a major piece ending, and I was 2 pawns down, a pawn down, as we could easily see these A6 and B7 pawns. And I had a position where I could actually press being a pawn down.
Right.
So
because of the initiative that this pawn gave you.
The passer, right. And I could play with the idea of making threats of D7, making threats with the rook coming down to the 7th rank. So I'm kind of keeping black honest. He has to keep F7, both F7 and B7 protected. Actually, I won against Walter, not because of the position, but just because the pressure of my various threats took Walter into time trouble, something that he
very famous,
very famous for, and it actually ended up being very costly for him. So even though the computer might say, oh, the position's a draw or what have you, I can tell you as a human player, it's really easy to slip and to fall into a losing tactic.
Now, Yasser, as a general concept in chess, do you feel there are certain positions where material is less important than others? So, for example, do you think that in heavy piece endgames, specifically queens and rooks or queen and rook, having an extra pawn is definitely less important than, for example, other endgames where the initiative is not as costly for the defending side?
Oh, yeah, and I haven't ever really come up with an overall universal theory of when those things are true. When does a pawn become, colossally important versus, having the fortress or a proper blockade? But I remember a very nice line that Alexander Alekhine wrote in his memoirs. He said, when I was a pawn down in a queen ending, you know, my chances of holding the game were really, really bad. Then his opponent won a second pawn, and his chances increased because he had a passer himself. And when his opponent won the third pawn, then I knew I had a draw because my opponent had to give me a perpetual check.
Right.
Like he had one pawn as compensation, but it was a passer that advanced further and further, and while his opponent was nibbling pawns, you got to a position where you better give a perpetual check.
And again, a queen endgame.
And a queen ending.
Right.
Yes, that's
so
right.
it always feels like it's very tricky when there's still queens on the board. It doesn't really matter how many pawns you have. It's that extra passer, that important pawn that holds everything together, because the queen is so good at pushing pawns, but it's so bad at holding them back.
Right. Yeah, it's not a great blockader, but wow, good offensive play. So I'm thinking that while a draw is a likely result, you know, there's a lot of play.
Now, from a practical point of view, do you think
Yeah.
he would actually take the pawn, or do you think he would rather stop this pawn as soon as possible, play rook d8 immediately?
Yes, exactly. I think from the practical point of view, he would much rather have a blockade where the pawn's not on the d7 square.
Right.
So, and like that a2 pawn, yeah, it's not really running away. Maybe it even makes a lot more sense. I know counterintuitively, but it might even make a lot more sense to come back and just stop the pawn in its tracks before it gets anywhere. You know,
I like that move a lot. Actually, that would have been my
top choice.
My top choice if I was, especially if I was playing Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, that's also a different point of view. But the position may require
queen b4 as a more human approach. I mean, you still, it does seem like a more logical way of stopping white's pawn. If you go rook d1, I can stick my queen on d6, then I can pressure the pawn on d5. I can simply push my pawns on b5, a5 later. They obviously won't be as dangerous as they're not connected past pawns, but they should create enough distractions to at least hold a draw.
Yes, agreed. So I agree that queen b4 is a very, very practical choice. I wanted to turn to the Levon game for a second, because as I saw, the way I look at it, and I play the Rogozin line myself, after a5, you have to be very, very careful as black that you don't fall for a situation like this. Let me just put this this is really, really terrible. But here, what happens is it's a knight versus bishop again. And a trade that Maurice likes to focus in on, hone in on. But this knight on e5 is actually just a monster knight. Not only is the c6 square a potential weakness, but as is the c4 pawn. So you really want to be careful as black that when white decides to make that trade, bishop takes e4, you've got to be in a situation where you can respond with queen takes e4.
Right.
So what happens is Vichy wanted nothing to do with that variation.
That makes sense.
He dropped back with a knight very quickly to d6.
Defends the b7 pawn.
In order to release the bishop for active play, whether it be on the f5 square or the e6 square. I like white's position here. It's it may not feel like much, but
slightly better.
Yeah, it's more comfort. It's comforting for white that he's got ideas like knight. Well, I don't even know. I mean, he could even play for the old Botvinnik knight d2, e4. Yeah,
it just jumps to mind. I mean, it is slightly more pleasant to have an idea to play for.
Yes.
Whereas I think that, well, black might trade the bishops, but even after he does that, he doesn't have a specific plan. He's just kind of waiting around, hoping Aronian can't really make any progress.
Right.
I'd rather take white in this position.
Yeah,
it's absolutely.
More like you're trying to hold than trying to seize the initiative.
So Aronian maybe with a slight press in this position, but he's not the only one today, as Maurice Ashley has an update for us in the Giri game.
Actually, a very important development has occurred in that Giri game. Our tournament leader, Anish Giri, he seemed like his novelty with Queen C3, that idea of binding black on this side, was going to allow him to get even more pressure. And a couple of moves after A6 castles, bishop D7, knight to C4, seeking out that B6 square, that seemed to really confirm that impression. However, after rook B8, knight B6, rook FD8, rook AC1, pieces developed, bishop back to E8, move like that, a natural, solid move, but still not an impressive square for the bishop. But check this out, bishop to e4, expanding his game. Looks like very freeing position for white. Michael Adams came up with this very nice move, knight to a7, using that a7 square that he created with the move a6 to now start thinking about the move knight to b5. Looks very obvious, like he's trying to go on this square. And now Geary played a4, and as soon as a4 appears on the board, the engines say, your advantage is gone instantly. The engines did not want to see a4. Instead, they preferred moves like g3 or even queen to c5, offering a trade. But a4 seems as though now white has maybe grabbed too much space, and there are a couple of moves here. The most principal one, the engines did queen d6, but the secondary move, bishop to c6, which I like better personally, challenges bishop on his long diagonal, get ready to bring the knight back into the game, and trades don't really benefit at all to benefit white at all. This kind of attack just doesn't go anywhere. After the move, knight back to a7, surprising move, making white think about, well, what is happening to your pawn on this square? You might think something like queen to a5 is good. It turns out that it's perfectly fine to play, to play this move, knight to c8, just challenge the knight. And that's going to be the key move, guys. After this move, bishop to c6, if you just drop the bishop back, that was my first instinct, drop the bishop back. What's wrong with this position? Well, black can start to actually play for the initiative. First of all, queen g5, what are you doing? You're threatening mate? Really? Seriously? Okay, what gives? And now we get back to this move, knight to c8. As soon as you see it, you feel like something is not quite right for white. This trade is clearly very nice for black. The initiative on this side has dissipated completely. The a-pawn is hanging now that the threat is on this knight, so that's an issue. And this kind of position is just meaningless. I mean, just trade. You lost all his real edge here, and it's black who can maybe just play rook up. Very clean position, no problems at all. So that move a4 seems like he has allowed Adams to let go of the rope. Now in a nice situation, and Adams looks very comfortable at the moment. In fact, he's instead played, it looks like queen to d6, which, as I said, was the engine's first choice earlier. Queen to d6 on the board now, and this, the engine is saying, is just fine for black as well. So I think a4 represents a slip by Geary. Now this move is important. It's attacking the knight. Remember, the pawn is hanging, and that a4 move may have just been biting off more than he can chew.
It's kind of weird to think that a4 is an overreach. It seemed like the most natural move, prevents knight a7 from coming out into the game. It just seemed so natural. It makes me think that if you had such a normal-looking move on the board, be a slight mistake, then probably white had close to nothing, even though his position was very optically nice.
Yeah, it was like one of those advantages is maybe more visual than real.
Anything.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Intriguing. And a4, just one little pawn move, the difference of having the pawn on a3 and a4 where the pawns are protecting one another can be the difference between having a big advantage and nothing.
It seems like Geary will have nothing, but Adams is such a patient defender. And actually we have the players over in London had a few things to say about each other.
Oh, cool.
Resurgence.
Aggressive.
Aggressive.
Dangerous. Never stands up during the game.
Original. Exchange sacrifice.
Pre-retirement time and just enjoying chess.
Decent.
Bullet.
Unpredictable.
Weird, I would say, as a player for me.
Sharp.
Wild.
Aggressive. Tricky.
Aggressive and also too passive at times.
Creative.
Very solid positional master.
Paired.
Witty.
Tricky.
Tricky.
Classical.
Lucky.
Prodigy.
World champion.
Star.
Class. Too talented.
Strong.
Resurgence. Solid.
Amazingly talented positional player.
Cocky.
Future contender.
Young.
Dangerous.
Myself.
Legend.
Ageless.
Solid.
Legend.
Anand is a genius.
Wisdom. Difficult opponent. I don't know, just me.
Inspired. A French maestro.
Quick. Blitzer.
French.
My good buddy.
Talent. Unstable.
Machine. The master of preparation.
Tough. Very focused.
Academic.
Serious. Good all-round player. I can't do myself.
Perfectionist. Blitz genius.
Time trouble.
Blitz.
Artistic. Unpredictable.
Russian guy.
Grinder. Technically sound.
Spider. Also solid.
Elegant.
Spider. British. Underdog.
That was a wonderful clip. I really enjoyed that. I like that.
great, yeah.
I like especially when the players refer to themselves like Aronian. Lucky.
Me.
Me.
Right.
No, okay. I think the players have played each other quite a bit. I don't think there's a single matchup here that we have that's never happened before.
Oh, that's for sure. No, yeah.
I think we
They're
had
very experienced.
Yeah, I think only in Norway we had the opportunity simply because John Ludwig had the
wild card.
Yeah, but
hadn't so much experience with
right.
the top
But
players.
I think pretty much everybody has played Adams before, who's the only possibility of having a matchup that's never happened before.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, a very, very tough round, I must say, today.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
games, I can't really pinpoint anybody as having a serious advantage at this point.
So if you had to take one position in the entire round, you have to sit down and you're going to play that position. Which one would it be?
Okay, now I have to reflect on it. At the moment, Anish Gary's position, I'm basically thinking that a moment ago he had more opportunities to grind than he has. Again, I had this wonderful experience with Walter Brown having a pass pawn.
Absolutely.
That really influenced me. So I do like Magnus's position at the moment. I don't think it's winning or big advantage. And I'm a little bit surprised that Fabi played the move, Rook D8. I thought Queen B4.
Queen B4 looked more logical, right?
The most logical. And the game that actually has the most firepower on the board has got to be the Hikaru game because it's a board full of pieces and
but
crazy things can happen.
That didn't answer my question, black or white. If you have to choose this game, would you rather be white or black? Because I would definitely take black in this position.
I'll take white.
And Maurice,
Maurice,
what about your opinion?
Well, just on alert, guys, this has happened on this game. After Queen D6, Geary played the move Knight to C4, and Adams responded with Queen E7, only to see Geary play Knight back to B6 and Queen D6 on the board. Did they repeat again? It looks like that Queen E7 has happened twice. Knight has gone back to B6, and now the Queen is back to D6. Looks like they're repeating moves. It looks like it's going to be a draw, and there goes the handshake. They have drawn. That move A4 was definitely not his finest moment for Geary after that preparation. Adams played very solidly and held the position. So far, the British Grandmaster drawing 2 games and seemingly pretty easily and with black in both games. Not a bad start for the home crowd favorite, Michael Adams.
For an underdog, he's looking good.
A pretty solid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's known as a very solid player. You've heard the players themselves talk about Adams, and, well, he's shown today that Geary may come up with some shenanigans, but he's going to be well prepared in his technical game, and he was able to beat back any kind of pressure that Geary wanted to put.
It's tough. First of all, to be the wild card is a tough challenge because all of the elite players, and you're going up, like every round, you're playing a Magnus Carlsen, you're looking for a break in the next round. No, you're getting a Vesel and Topolov. Thanks for coming. And the wild card taking the number 10, starting with 2 blacks, so you're going to have an extra black throughout the whole event.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really a challenge. And right now, Mickey has faced the challenge impressively.
Making it look easy.
He has indeed. So the most enterprising game with all the pieces on the board, and nothing technical about this game whatsoever. A lot of tactical opportunities for both players.
Yeah, extremely dynamic.
To the Hikaru Nakamura game against MVL. When we have left it, we saw this move King H1, Knight C7, very standard. A4, keeping the pawn from popping out to B5. A7, A6. I insist. Pardon me. Are we up to date after
I
A6?
think so.
I thought,
no, A5 was played.
Yeah, I thought we had an A5 in. So again, this is a very standard idea from White's point of view. He wants to get in this en passant to, even though you get rook takes C4, well, okay, after knight here you're going to get ideas of knight takes D6 and E5. And so normally speaking, you don't play B5. Well, rather you play bishop to D7, followed by bishop B5, or even knight B5.
I don't know. Did we give up a little too soon on that variation?
I apologize. Did I? After A5, you think B5 takes? Rook takes or knight B5? No,
rook takes.
Rook takes.
Knight C4 and then rook B4?
Yes, all very standard stuff. Just a second.
And I want to think, well, maybe you do have some kind of E5 move here, but if you don't, maybe it's playable.
Well, let's see, because it's so, it's so forcing. So you got to take.
You got to take. And the problem might be D6. And because of this resource, it's that black's position suddenly doesn't look so good. You're going to be able to take on E5.
Right. After knight B5, I will probably recapture with a pawn, which opens up my rook. I can.
Right. And this looks pretty dangerous.
Big time, because knight is jumping to C4 and everything's kind of rolling with a tempo.
Right.
So,
which, by the way, doesn't mean it's completely over. There's still going to be
as we know,
surprising amount of possibilities there for black. I wouldn't be even surprised if black somehow due to some technical or tactical details.
I remember some games of Vessel and Topalov where he seemed to play the Benoni and just literally provoke his opponent to have what looked like a massive attack. And by the time, the wave had gone, what remained was really a tough position.
Yes.
And Vesselin's right back in the game.
So even though in those
the Benoni
positions,
has a lot of life.
Right. Even though those positions we advanced D6 and E5, I don't want the viewers to think, oh, yeah, White's just much better. Actually, that's still a very complicated position. And you might assume, as a natural chess player, that you got the center, you push back black's pieces, but somehow it ends up collapsing onto itself a lot of times. The E5 pawn is very hard to hold on to. If black manages to, for example, sacrifice the exchange in order to diffuse a couple of threats here and there, manages to capture the central pawns, he'll be in an excellent position.
Agreed.
But, of course, I do agree that in this position after A5, the more natural move is bishop D7.
Yeah, you slow play it, but it's not really slow playing either, because every move, the initiative, if for the moment this pawn on E4 really looks like a tower of strength, but it could easily become very fragile.
Very fragile.
But this knight on D2, blocking the bishop on C1, White has some issues. If this bishop were, for argument's sake, allowed the illegal move bishop G5, you might take a fancy to White's position. If White does nothing, then Black starts to play the move like a nothing move would be, for example, H3. Black starts to play bishop D5, and suddenly he's beginning to feel like, wait a minute, my E4 pawn really is
uncomfortable.
Yes. And so White has to play it sharply now, and but on the other hand, for a player like Hikaru, he welcomes those types of challenges as well. He's ready to play sharply, but he's got to be precise and do it well.
And how do you think he's going to be able to do that? For example, here after bishop D7, I mean, I want to play bishop B5 on my next move, and I'm challenging you to find a move.
Exactly, and it's a tough one.
You want to play something like bishop F3?
I really, really want to play E5, and I really, really want you to play rook takes E5 so that I can go knight C4 and bishop F4 or bishop G5. As we both understand, my problem is I don't have a good answer for knight takes D5.
Yeah.
So I need to. That was why earlier in our discussions I was putting my bishop on F3 so I could do that type of thing. Here I've really got a problem. The knight c4, we've discussed this on previous occasions. It looks to me like black would embrace such a position.
Especially with d4, d5 hanging in this particular variation.
Exactly. So white faces a problem, and I don't really have a good answer at the moment. I'm thinking, I never really liked this queen on c2 in such positions, because not for the reason of bishop b5, but for the reason of knight b5, and I'm just encouraging you to make a leap of faith, right? You're jumping into my position. So, oops, sorry. So one more go. Let me see what else I can do. A while ago, you wanted to make the move rook e1 to reinforce the move e5. So let me give that move a shot for the moment. Let me go rook e1, at least with the idea, if you go bishop b5, I'll sidestep your bishop and play bishop f3.
The idea of e5 yourself.
Again. I'm not completely convinced by this either. There's, a bishop, the bishop just kind of takes roost in the middle of the board. You're going to go knight b5, maybe c4.
Complicated position.
Very so.
But somehow I believe in black's chances.
Yeah, well, overall, it doesn't make a great impression on me, white's setup for the moment. Finally, let me try it one more time. Let me try bishop f3.
Which, by the way, I can simply transpose into bishop b5, unless you want to eliminate my bishop.
That's what I was thinking about.
I don't believe you.
I know.
Bishop b5?
I don't believe me either. Let me be the first to say that I do have issues. I haven't answered all the challenging questions you've been posing. Well, Maurice, thoughts?
We'll talk about challenging questions. This endgame, queen and rook, with passed pawns versus queen and rook and potential passed pawns, very tricky one. If you have the passed pawn in this position, you probably don't want it to be the d pawn. Well, if it's the d pawn anyway, the problem with the d pawn is that it's right in the middle of the board. Why is that? It's close to this king. This king can start to come closer and potentially influence this pawn's progress, and it makes it very difficult. Now, let's take a look at a line. The move was played that was rook to d8, attacking this pawn. And the engines thought greed was good. What was wrong with queen takes a2 in this position? The reason for this capture is not just to grab a pawn, but to make the defense easier, or at least the attack harder. This pawn is not going to queen easily, and so white will get it blockaded, and then white will have to, once this pawn is fully blockaded, will have to make some kind of advance on this side in order to win the game. What do I mean by that? Well, let's go to a different line with the move rook to d8. d6 is playable here, and that's actually what happened in the game. And before I look at queen takes a2, well, actually, let's look at it right now. Queen takes a2 is a big problem for black because of the move queen to d4, suddenly guarding a critical diagonal, and suddenly black's counterplay is not so easy. If black goes after this pawn, it'll turn out h4 will show up on the board, and you can't touch the pawn. If queen takes, of course, we see rook down, and on rook takes the same. The problem here is if you stop this attack, now rook to e7, and suddenly you're busted. You're dead. This queen's coming into f6. This pawn is untouchable. In fact, the engines are giving queen takes d6 as the only move, giving away this check idea because the position is so bad already, because the queen f6 threat is coming in the position. So you can't touch the pawn now, this d6 move, on the board by Magnus. So queen takes a2 would be a mistake by Fabiano. What could he do, though? Queen to b6 is one move, going after the pawn. And now the move d7, not the most precise, rook d1, but I want to show this point. d7 is good because now queen c6, this is good for black. Queen c6, stopping rook e8, that was the threat, and now threatening the pawn directly. So you have to defend this pawn, and now f6 comes in, and this is what I meant. The king is now able to come closer to this side of the board and start to influence this pawn, even though it will be checked away from the pawn if it ever comes to the e-file. It's because of that influence, it's not as easy for white to get his game going because he's got nowhere else to look at. And especially if this pawn were not on the board at all, then clearly black could start to deflect the white pieces by pushing his pawns down the board. This is the kind of position the engine was looking at to say this will be defensible for black. Get rid of this pawn and then just rush your pawns. This d pawn will go nowhere because you can firmly force white to defend it. This is just the problem of having these two pieces. If you had another one like a bishop, he could stick here or something nice, a knight somehow. Well, a knight wouldn't get it done, but some other piece it would be easier, or maybe another rook on the board. But not here. It is firmly blockaded. So we go back now to the game position with rook to d8, d6 on the board. Yes, he can go. He actually has to at some point go passive because this pawn's untouchable. And for white, he's trying to just squeeze a little bit, but as I've shown, because this king is close, black is still fine in the game. As a matter of fact, if queen b6, the engine's giving rook d1, just to make sure this king doesn't get that close, even if you blockade with the move rook to d7, just to make sure this king doesn't easily find its way over to aggress this pawn. Still should be a fairly equal position, but it's Magnus, and we know how he is. He will press and press. With you not being able to change the position too much, we could be here another 3 or 4 hours. We'll see how it goes.
Maurice, before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you the engine's opinion on this game between Hikaru and MVL. Very difficult for me to coordinate white's aggressive intentions. How would the engine evaluate such a difficult position?
Because we like black over here.
And so does the engine. They think that black is definitely better. There are a couple of ideas here. Bishop f3 is the engine's first choice. e5 was its first choice earlier to play, just to play very sharply, but it looks like the analysis is showing that black is better in those lines. Nothing to really fear, although my suspicion is that Nakamura's going to analyze e5 like all the way down because that's his kind of move. Bishop f3 does look a little bit like a wuss move, frankly, just guarding this pawn. And the engines are very comfortable after knight to b5, saying this position is great, easy for black to play, undermining this pawn. And it's just a Benoni down moves, it looks like. You can't get your mojo on in this kind of position. So black is perfectly fine here, as is black in this position as well. This Grishchuk Topalov, it's the grand chess tour leader in Topalov, having lost yesterday with the white pieces and not proving anything at all today, again with the white pieces. But we've seen him do this before. I remember, was it the Sinkfield Cup last year where he lost 2 games early and then bounced back and won 2. Topalov is the kind of guy that is always optimistic about his chances. Even if he loses, he knows he can always win. There's always a chance in chess until the very last round. So maybe a good idea just not to get in trouble in this game. Look at this rook on the rank. The knight is attacking. He's got the bishop. He's got a pass pawn. Does black. The engine's like black in this position. This pawn going nowhere. Firmly blockaded. Ala Nimzovich, your favorite, Yasser, on the square, a3.
Yeah, I was about to say that even though that game between Grishuk and Topalov and Grishuk, pardon me, did explode, it was like a tight nip and tuck game. I was thinking that now was a good time for Vesel and Topalov to bail after the position opened up. Maurice, you're mentioning that this bishop on c8, this pawn on c6 is passed, and this rook on a4 is excellent. If I was in Topalov's shoes, I would play e5 and bail, hoping for a line like, for argument's sake, takes, knight takes, and I'm just going to put a move on the board for the moment.
c5 was played.
c5, excellent move. Thank you. c5, rook to c1. You know, the rook on a1 is super passive, I want to say. So rook to c1, rook takes a3, rook takes c5, and a handshake and escape the playing hall thinking, well, maybe I slip somewhere and I don't want to lose on 2 on the trot.
Just make one more move because I think we're under Sophia rules, right? 30 move?
Well, the Sophia rules is just simply no draw offers. I think there are a lot of tournaments that have a move requirement, such as the U.S. Championships.
So this is a move requirement as well,
yeah,
right? So they got 30 moves, so they would need to make one more?
Well, and they would make several more.
So
and they'd find a repetition, but this is a draw.
Yeah, this looks like a draw. c5 was played on the board. I mean, I really expect rook c1. You don't want to allow black to play bishop e6 and then c4 and then suddenly start thinking of being better. You want to cut that as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
I think rook c1 will be played, and I do expect a draw in this position. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now and see if Topalov decides to bail it out with Rook C1.
All right.
And we'll be back shortly. back to the second round of the London Chess Classic, the third and final tournament in the Grand Chess Tour. While we were on break, we did get a result, the expected draw between Vasily Topalov with the white pieces against Russian Grandmaster Alexander Grischuk. It was something that we saw coming. We thought that Topalov would play rook c1, take off that c5 pawn, not let Grischuk actually get some chances on the board. And that's exactly what happened. There was a draw, nothing to do about it. And we are left with 3 games, one of them which we also expect might end in a draw in the Magnus Carlsen one.
Magnus Carlsen, also the Levon Aronian, and game looks very static, staid, if you will. The most exciting game is actually between U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura and MVL. Today's round feels a bit of a letdown. Yesterday, although there was 4 draws, they were impactful. They were fighting draws. Today's games look like the players are just playing too cautiously, if I can use that expression. Ironically, we felt that yesterday's win by Anish Giri was almost like a forced win. You know, Veselin Topalov said, you know, you've got to make a sacrificial combination, and Anish Giri said fine, and it worked really well. Today, in the game of Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru said, I'm not going to let you play your Grunfeld. I'm going to force you to play Benoni. A tempo ahead, MVL said fine, and basically Hikaru's been outplayed by his opponent in a Benoni where he, Hikaru, is facing some serious issues.
Yeah, so far we definitely like the black pieces.
Definitely.
It's not only that he's down a tempo, I also never felt that he really had this coordination on his pieces that the structure demands. Normally I always see this structure with a bishop on d3, a knight on f3, ready to go e5, and suddenly we have a knight on d2 that's been the bane of White's existence for a while. Even though he put it there very early, it's been wanting to go to c4 forever, and it's still not able to do so.
Right, because of the weakness of the e4 pawn, and we see very clearly that this knight on b5, very well placed on b5, is actually ready to go to an even better square in the center. Wonderful outpost, knight coming to d4. And once you see a knight like that in a Benoni where you have the f4, e4, d5 structure, you know you've done something wrong. Like
Absolutely.
This knight on a6 suddenly transferred itself to this primary square, d4. For example, just to put a move on the board for White, I'm not suggesting that g3 is a good move. I'm just making an opportunity to step back. Then this bishop could also route itself to the b5 square, which again just puts the kibosh on any knight c4 ideas that White is entertaining, and the initiative all suddenly is in Black's hands, as we know.
Absolutely.
When it goes wrong in a Benoni, it goes wrong. You want to go knight g4, pardon me. I can't do that because, well, gosh, I can almost do that. I mean, but okay, if I just put my bishop on
Bishop
d3,
d3 actually threatens bishop c2, trapping the queen.
Isn't that terrible? And even now, Black might just even play a move like b6.
No,
all
Black's
the
just
initiative,
better.
all the ideas.
No, Hikaru has to be very careful.
And who knows it better than Hikaru himself? Because he plays the Benoni with Black, and he knows all of the strategical themes and the tactical themes. And when things go wrong, it really goes wrong. And this is a bad position.
And I wanted to point out a couple of things. Before, I was thinking about the move knight c4 in this position, taking advantage that for once the e4 pawn is protected, and hoping that after knight takes c3, maybe I had some kind of resources. But
well, just to show you the resources that you might have been in the past, when we got to such a position, we were stumped by the move
rook d4.
Right.
And thankfully now Black doesn't have it.
Right. But still
here, I think after bishop g4,
sudden attack. But the problem, what you wanted to say with the knight coming to c4, is not that you have to take on e4, but you've got an issue facing with bishop b5, pinning this knight to this rook. And even after a position like knight takes d6, queen takes d6, e5, we talk about what's left on the board, the remnants of the position.
Man.
And boy, black's bishops make a much more healthy impression than does white.
Oh, yeah.
C3 is hanging, the rook on e1 is hanging.
This looks really,
Again,
really bad.
Really,
Really
bad.
bad.
A super initiative for black. So Hikaru Nakamura facing serious problems with white. Again, something I mentioned yesterday, maybe it's a theme I'll keep hammering away at. The elite players are not showing edges, an edge with white. It almost seems like black is having, thinking about the Berlin, especially of Nakamura yesterday.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It seems like black's doing very well in certain positions. I mean, we haven't seen any great novelties, I think, in the past couple of months that really show me, wow, white really refuted this variation, black's in real trouble. It seems like black's doing great. I mean, this approach of losing a tempo and going into Benoni clearly backfiring, despite what might happen later in the game. You know,
Right.
even if MVL gets outplayed, or even if MVL somehow manages to lose this position for some reason,
Right.
it's very clear that the opening did not go the way that Hikaru wanted. I mean, even if you told me that Hikaru wanted to just fight in an equal position, this isn't equal.
No.
No, this is already slightly better for black.
This is play for black. And during our break, I was talking to Maurice, and he reminded me that there was an interview that he had here at the Sinquefield Cup with Hikaru Nakamura, where Hikaru said, look, I'll tell you something. Everybody's looking forward to the candidates. Don't expect that in London they're going to show their best stuff. And we were like, oh, what are you talking about? $1 million in prize money. The players are going to really wheel out the best stuff. Was he prescient? And are the players cagily keeping things in their back pocket? Because at the moment, I'm not impressed.
Well, we were talking about this with Maurice actually over the break, and it's interesting to see which players are in the candidates that are also playing this tournament. And so far, the players that are confirmed to be playing in the candidates are Nakamura, Caruana, Svidler, Karyakin, Anand, and the
Topalov.
Well, Topalov isn't confirmed
Likely.
yet, but it seems almost impossible that his rating average will drop below.
He'll be invited.
He'll be invited, so he'll be Topalov, and Giri is almost also for certain. He would have to lose every game in London.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen. And Aronian was given the wild card as part of the announcement. So it seems like we have a few players that are actually in the candidates, but we also have an interesting mix of players that will not be in the candidates.
Right.
So I wonder if that's going to
Adams.
Right, that's going to change things up. And we see some players, for example, MVL. I mean, he's not afraid to show anything.
Right.
And he's black here against Hikaru. Hikaru decides, okay, I'm not going to go into what might be your prep because, hey, MVL is not afraid of showing his hand.
Right.
He has nothing to play for in the candidates. He's not participating.
Precisely.
So he might as well play the strongest Grunfeld he has. Meanwhile, if Hikaru, for some reason, found some novelty against the Grunfeld, which as unlikely as that is, the Grunfeld being the Grunfeld,
right.
Well, he's not going to show it here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, but whatever the discussion is, I'm telling you, I'm not impressed with the handling of the white players by the elite.
Well, speaking of not being very impressed with the white pieces, we do have Veselin Topalov, who started half out of 2 with the white pieces, with Jennifer Shahade from London.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Veselin Topalov, and we didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday. So tell us a little bit about what it's like to be here in London and, as the Grand Chess Tour leader.
Well, of course it's nice, but so far I'm not playing well. I hope to improve in the next games. But I mean, it's not like something tragic is happening. But of course, the game I lost yesterday was completely unforced. So obviously it's my fault, but still we have 7 rounds to go.
But that was a tough move to see, Queen D5, right?
Oh yeah, but of course it was not practical from my point of view to go for all these complications because that was white was not really risking to win and there was too much risk to lose, so it was just a big mistake.
But a lot of your fans like about you that you're not always practical.
Well, but that's it's very good when it's also connected to the result, when you also win. But when you take risk and you lose, then it's not fun.
Got it. All right. And what about today's game? Anything interesting?
No, not really. I think it was a correct game, but I think we made kind of natural moves, and at some point we changed all the pieces. So it was, I mean, especially after yesterday, I think I needed a game like this, just to score and not to make big mistakes, to play quickly, not to get into time trouble. But of course, so far, 2 white pieces and only half a point, it's not a good result, obviously.
All right, well, good luck in the rest of your games, and we will be talking to you again soon. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jennifer.
He doesn't look happy, man.
No, I mean, look, he's the #2 player in the world, former world champion. There's the drawing of the lots before the tournament takes place, so he's got a couple of weeks to prepare. He has 2 whites to start the event.
Actually, several months, because since the Sinkfield Cup, he's known that he's going to start with 2 whites.
Okay, and so he's got these 2 whites, and he's got a half a point to show for it? No. This is well, he didn't express disgust, but I'm sure he wanted to express his self-disgust.
Right.
Not good. No. And again, has Hikaru found a solution? What is the clock times?
40 minutes.
He's falling behind on the clock, and he's...
No, but considerably, actually. He only has 40 minutes for 23 moves, which might not seem like the biggest of deals, but considering that he's been playing kind of slow, he had a lot of time pressure yesterday, and that the position is complicated, and more than complicated, difficult to play for white, I would say.
Precisely. That's the problem.
I would say the time starts to become an issue.
Right. That is exactly the point. I would tell you that I would not be happy about the move G3, knight D4. And it's sort of like one of those things. I just wanted to point out that amongst human players, you could spot this repetition, and boy, Hikaru would probably be so happy to escape with a repetition. I would be more afraid of what I would do after the move bishop b5 than I would with the bishop g4. But grandmasters, they keep those, they keep that awareness about repetitions when they could occur.
And Yasser, we're not going to have to worry about that.
No, we're not going to have to. That is for sure. And
E5 was played, actually.
Yeah, but this was, okay, Hikaru played the move E5 basically because
he didn't see anything else.
He needs to, throw caution to the wind here. He cannot sit there and allow black to just improve the knight on b5 to d4, the bishop on d7 to b5.
Yeah, but how does this work? So
let's take a look.
So takes happen, and instantly Hikaru retook on e5. And I'm assuming you take with the rook. And there's no other move on the position, right? You can take on c3 first.
There might be a reason somewhere down the line that you want to take on c3 first, but
it seems unlikely.
Let's just assume for the moment that
it seems unlikely that you want to throw in knight c3 because you always have the chance of playing knight takes c3 with the tempo.
Yeah.
And knight takes b5 will never help white.
Knight c4 basically box. Now you're hoping that you're going to pick up a tempo over here. And you mentioned earlier that you felt in such positions it was always meaningfully good for black to give up an exchange. So let's just hang around
rook f5,
rook f5 to stop this bishop from coming to f4 for just a moment. And move like g4, you would just like slam down rook f3 in a nanosecond and be super, super happy. But rook f5 stops bishop f4. Hikaru might think to himself, please, please bail me out of my problems, allow me to make a repetition. If you drop back with the rook, then this pawn on a5 becomes useful because we've got an idea of bishop coming to f4, and if the rook goes to either the a8 or the c8 square, we've got knight b6. So we see that this liberating move e5, one that I've been trying to get in ages ago.
So I think there's a lot of possibilities we still have to consider. I particularly like for black rook e8, bishop f4, knight c3, pawn takes c3, bishop b5. But we're going to have to take a look at that just as we come back, as we have Anish Giri from London with Jennifer.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Anish Giri, who really thrilled us yesterday. Today, he's coming off a draw against Mickey Adams. Tell us a little bit about today.
Well, yesterday everybody got a little too overexcited, so today I decided to keep it real and play as I usually do. But again, in fact, of course, I was happy with my position from the opening because, it's symmetric, but I have some pressure, and I managed to win a few games recently in a similar type of positions. The bishop with the long diagonal, but he played quite precisely, and I didn't really figure out how I'm able to keep on the pressure, because I have this knight on b6 which restricts his rooks, but after he removed all these pieces, it ended up hitting nothing. So there was a very short amount of moves during which I probably would have to look for an improvement, but the way I played turned out to be quite harmless. And then after that, when I repeated the moves, I no longer saw a way to put any pressure, although, the game should have definitely been a bit longer than that.
So yesterday you had such an exciting game. Your adrenaline must have been really high. Was it difficult to go to sleep?
No. It was not that exciting, let's not exaggerate. It was not difficult to go to sleep. But I'm trying to play, every game independently from that, as you can see. But okay, I think it's coincidence that yesterday and today is so different. Just somehow the type of position today it suited me well. But in such positions where you play for a very small plus, you have to be extremely precise, because one inaccuracy can cost you a half a point, and the game can end in a draw right away.
One last question. What color are you going to wear tomorrow?
Do you mean the... Well, I know I'll play with the black pieces, but that's all I know about the colors for tomorrow. It's always a surprise.
I see. So it's your wife's choice.
Usually, yeah. Today she had to play herself in the open group, so I probably messed it up. But yeah, I'm trying.
No, you did well. You did well. Good job. Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
He looked good. He looked good.
No doubt about it.
Maurice gave him high marks. While we were listening to that interview, Anish was explaining that he had won a number of games recently in exactly such structures, and he is technically extraordinarily gifted. And here we see the resilience of the veteran Mickey Adams as well, because Mickey held that comfortably, and I got the impression from the interview that Anish felt he had something, and he didn't know when he lost it, when it slipped away. And it was that move A4. That slipped it.
Well, and speaking of Mickey Adams, we have him with Jennifer Shahade.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mickey Adams, and today he had a draw with Anish Giri. Tell us a little bit about the game. Were you happy with the result?
Yeah, a draw with Brack is a good result. Anish is always tricky in the opening somehow. He's always coming with some idea, and again, I was sort of thinking a lot. It looked very scary somehow to let the knight to b6, but in fact, I don't think white is actually doing that much. The problem is the knight on b6 doesn't really attack anything, although it is a bit awkward. So actually then, I was a bit concerned, and then suddenly it was just an immediate draw. So I was quite happy.
So did you feel like a lot of pressure before that moment? How does it really change your demeanor over the board, or is it like the same kind of thing?
Yeah, it was just awkward because there wasn't a really kind of clear-cut solution. It looked very strange to play a6, put another pawn on a light square, let his knight into b6. But actually just somehow at some stage when I'm getting to go bishop e8, knight a7, I'm threatening to change the light squared bishops, and it all simplifies. It just kind of looks scary.
So today's a big day for the London Chess Classic because it's the first weekend day, and we have all these kids who are not only in the auditorium observing but also participating. So what do you think about that?
No, there's a huge amount going on here with all the coaching, the lectures. The British Knockout Championship is still going on, the Open tournament. So there's really...
Whoa, we just had a freeze there. A very interesting conversation with Mickey Adams as he's describing all the festival activities. And unless you're in London, you don't really get that sense and flavor of just how many activities are going on during this event. It's really an exciting,
absolutely.
good event.
We're happy that you guys are joining us here in the live commentary, but if you actually have a chance to visit one of the super grand tournaments, the Grand Chess Tour, the candidates, I mean, it's once in a lifetime. The environment in this event is thrilling. The air is electric on the playing hall. I always enjoy going to these events and just kind of breathing in some good chess.
Yeah, exactly. It's osmosis. And speaking of good chess, I think you were channeling MVL because in a number of previous analyses that we had been making about the Hikaru MVL game, you kept hitting the hammer that oftentimes black is very anxious to give up an exchange to get an extra pawn and 2 bishops and open up the position. And after this move, knight e2 by Hikaru, which isn't the great follow-up that you want when you play a move like e5, Hikaru sitting there saying, I don't want this knight to come to d4. Bam! Verrassing, as the Dutch would say, surprise. Rook takes f3, challenging suddenly the very foundations, if you will, of white's position. You want to recapture with a rook because, after all, you don't want to expose your king after gf3. But then suddenly bishop d5, big time pins.
Bishop g4?
Or bishop g4, pardon me. Big time pins on this diagonal, but the d5 pawn goes, so you're going to get 2 pawns.
Oh yeah, knight d4 is coming on top of that.
And white's pieces are going to be scattered and thrown back. G takes is no great shakes either for white, because now bishop comes to h3.
Which was just played.
With a tempo. When the rook moves, again, we're going to see knight takes d5, 2 pawns, powerful outposts for black's knights and great bishops. I mean, no, sorry. This is not good.
I love black's position, but unfortunately there's a grandmaster that does not agree so much with this rook takes f3 move.
And that is Maurice Ashley.
I was wondering why you're referring to me here. Look, I love moves like rook f3. Don't think it's personal. Moves, that's the kind of move you just play. Coming straight out of Brooklyn, you want to shock them first and then ask questions later. But the thing is, I keep looking at this guy, and this engine is saying that actually after knight e2, there was a better move, knight to g4. A simple move. Just, what are you going to do? Knight g4, very flashy as well. The point being that this knight is not really hanging because of takes check, of course, and then bishop takes on g4, and it's just a straight pawn for no reason. Now, I admit, this is definitely not as sexy as rook takes f3, and this is the kind of move you want to see happen in the game. It gets it lively, but he has to be a little bit careful, just a little bit careful, that he keeps his advantage all the way through, because after bishop to h3, rook to e1, which was played in the game, now you want to be careful here and not just necessarily grab this pawn, precisely because after knight to f4, the position is getting a little bit too stable, even though this bishop is fantastic, don't get me wrong. But it looks like trades are going to happen here that you don't necessarily want. Trade of queens could happen, and those rooks start to look a little interesting. So for that reason, guys, in this exact position, the engines say do not take this pawn and instead play this hyper paradoxical move. Remember, the knight was there before, went back to f6. Now, not taking the pawn back and putting the knight on this square. Now, you might say, well, now, why not knight f4 anyway? Well, now queen to h4, and black is building some energy on this side. But I don't think you would predict this position as the one you were going into when you sacked the exchange on f3. So a critical moment here with rook to e1, that knight d5 is not as fantastic as all that, and queen takes on the square is an endgame that is better for black. But again, the move knight to f4, here it comes, and yeah, gotta like black's chances, 2 pawns, 2 bishops. This bishop's still strong. Black is certainly for choice here, but white might try to fight you here. Just might. This bishop and this knight coming to d4 does look very nice, no question about it. But maybe more simple was the other idea of knight g4. So I guess it's a matter of taste in this position. Certainly, in all directions, it's black for choice.
Yeah, but having seen the results of what Maurice has shown us by knight f4, I'm convinced. My opinion has changed, and knight g4 was simply stronger. Rook f3 was flashy and does give black an edge, but
imprecise?
Imprecise. It's just that when you get this move knight f4 and you realize that a lot of pieces are going to get traded thanks to the tempo against the bishop on h3, suddenly the open files, the rooks have their say. I mean, so as I'm sure MVL just saw rook f3 and knight d5 and kind of shut down and said, that's good for me, not being fully aware that, well, after more trades, White has stabilized his disadvantage, if you will.
And I'm sure he's thinking about queen takes d5, but he's not the type of player that would shy away from a knight h5. I mean,
that is for sure. And by the way, that paradoxical, you bet that's part, because you know, you're thinking to yourself, you don't want to see this this pawn, this d5 pawn running for a touchdown.
Right.
So your instinct is to eliminate it, not just to allow it on the board, but on the other hand, bringing the queen to h4 is
there are some problems on the king side. I mean, queen h4 is coming. It attacks the knight on c4, which is a relatively important point.
Yes.
And sometimes knight g3 will just be completely lethal.
Yes, that's right as well. So knight h5, I do like that move. And Maurice, some further thoughts?
Yes, now a position that seemed to maybe heat up a little bit, but then just suddenly got squashed as the game between Carlsen and Caruana. But we saw this endgame. We should go back d6, rook d7, very solid, g3, and then queen f6, eyeballing the pawn. Remember, we talked about this idea. In these endgames, this pawn just gets mercilessly attacked. It looks like you're tying down black's pieces, but in some ways, white is tying down his own pieces because they have to defend this pawn. So black is blockading, and looks like stasis. Queen to e5, grabbing the e-file, and now queen a3, stopping a move like b5 from happening because the a-pawn would hang. And now a5, saying, all right, what is your plan? I've got the position perfectly blockaded, and what is there to do? This pawn is not going anywhere at all. f4. Whoa. Exposing the whole innards of the king right here. Look at these diagonals, but he's got everything covered for the moment. e3 by the queen, so c5 by the queen, and d4 as well. But what about queen to e2? Attacking the rook. Queen back to c1. Did Carlsen play? And if you take on a2, don't be crazy. Queen c8 check will happen. Well, we don't expect Fabiano to make that kind of mistake. Queen to e6. Now we're back to the same story. The pawn is blockaded. He's got the e-file. It's even better, in fact, after the move f4. He's got the e-file. Pawn's blockaded. And White's king is always under threat of perpet. There is no progress to make here. Probably queen d2 would be the most natural move, guard both pawns. And then black's going to start pushing his pawn, so there is no edge. This f4 move, this game is looking more and more like it's going to be a draw. Now, this position is really interesting, well, really in air quotes, because at least black has gotten something going in the game between Aronian and Anand. He's traded off queens, has gotten a g5 move, and perfectly fine for black. Now the b7 pawn is not going to be any kind of long-term weakness, especially since another rook could come here, so doubling rooks won't matter. And it's actually black who's trying to make something happen, but very difficult to see how progress is going to be made. So we've seen two basically quick draws, another one in the Caruana game. This one maybe-ish, not definitely the most exciting round, and we're going to count on this game as it gets a bit wild based on this rook sacrifice, which may or may not work out in black's favor.
Thank you, Maurice. Just two comments to be made about this ending of Magnus and Fabi. First of all, I would never, even if it crossed my mind and I'd slap myself, I would never play the move f4 just because I would be fearful that there'd always be perpetual checks. And just exposing the king in a major like queen ending.
It kills your chances to win.
Yeah, it's really an extraordinary move. That's comment number one. Comment number two is, as black in such positions, it's always a very important resource and a very good move to get in. you're always afraid of some kind of back rank checkmate. You know, there'll be a rook check, the queen will get on this diagonal, and you need squares. You don't want to suffocate. H5 is always a good move for the defender to get in, because not only do you give your king 2 squares, G7 and H7 squares, thanks to the luft of the H-pawn, but also, especially after the move F4 has been played, this kind of counterplay, this creeping counterplay with H4, really is annoying for the first player. The first player just wants the other guy to, be in a defensive mode. You can't pick up the rook because of check. Let's say king H7, you take this rook. Well, I've got at least a perpetual, and thanks to the pawn being on an H4, just give yourself credit. So I was very surprised, stunned in fact, by the move F4, and equally surprised you didn't get H5 but queen back. And Maurice with some comments.
Well, repetition's breaking out everywhere, it looks like. Rook to G7 was played by Anand, rook to B5 instantly played, and then rook back to D7 by Anand, and now rook to B2, and it looks like they have drawn, and you see them pleasantly chatting as nothing much in that position to play for. They decided nowhere to go, no need to bother themselves on this day.
All right, so a number of games ending early, not the fighting spirit that we saw in round 1. And, well, again, we're just kind of stuck with the MDL game for now. Our excitements. Yeah.
And it seems like Caruana, okay, he still has to figure out a couple of things. He's pretty low on the clock, but if you see the move counter, he's very close to move 40 anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It seems like Hikaru Nakamura's game, MVL did take with the queen.
Yes.
But
and then came knight. Knight F4. I didn't like that move.
Can I not take on C4?
Precisely, because when I'm sitting there looking at white's king being quite vulnerable,
right,
you don't want to get the queens off the board. I don't want to allow the queens.
You get the 2 bishops, but you're going to be facing monster central knights very soon.
Well, hold on. Is there a trick? Rook takes, queen takes C4. There's a trick.
You got it.
Oh, that tricky Hikaru Nakamura. Look at that. He's got this queen trap. I know. I mean, he's got the cheapo potential, doesn't he? I mean, this is almost a position that makes you want to think about a queen sacrifice. Unfortunately, you're an exchange down, so you're only getting two minor pieces. Again, the vulnerability of what I was about to say was the vulnerability of white's king almost leads me to wanting to play the position with my bishop on c6. On a very good day, I get to go knight d4, knight takes f3.
Yasser,
not going to happen.
You suggested earlier to sacrifice a pawn. Now you're sacrificing a queen.
Okay, you wake me up at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'll start sacrificing the whole box full of pieces. So knight f4.
You probably should take on d1.
Unfortunately. But even so, I don't think that Hikaru's choice was
preferable.
I
like taking off the knights, actually. I think the knight on f4 is just restricting the bishop on c1 because I want to play bishop f4, of course.
Oh, without question, your bishop in fact hasn't moved the whole game. You got to get the guys off the bench and bring them into play.
No, I prefer as black to have the knights on f6 and f4 than to have them off the board.
Right, and to be precise, what we were talking about was that we had anticipated queen takes d5, knight takes d5, knight f4 with the double attack against the bishop as well as the knight. If there was a trade, this comes with a tempo, and again, the open D as well as the open E files means that white has
some compensation.
Yeah, well, good play with the rooks, let's put it that way. So we think there's been a little bit of a hiccup, maybe by both players. The rook sacrifice, as spectacular as it was a little unnecessary, and now Hikaru's move knight f4 has given black more chances to keep the pieces on the board and go after white's king.
Well, and from London we have Jennifer Shahade with Vichy Anand.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Vichy Anand, and today's game, what do you have to say about it?
Well, we went for a kind of unusual Ragozin setup. In fact, it needn't have become one because this classical d5, c4 structure that you aim for wasn't self-evident in the beginning, but in the end I got it anyway. To be honest, somewhere around the stage where I play h6, I wasn't very happy with my play. I thought that I'm going to get a bad version of Rogozin and be slightly worse. But I think I defended quite well after that. I mean, I managed to rotate my knight to e4 and d6. That was crucial because once this knight comes to d6, it's a monster defensive piece. And it takes a lot of the pressure off black. If he missed something, it's quite hidden. It's not obvious. I don't think I was ever anything more than symbolically. I mean, if 3 or 4 things had happened, I could have been better, but I didn't come close.
So today at the London Chess Classic, it's weekends. We have a lot of kids who are watching your games, a lot of fans. What do you say to those kids? A lot of people ask, well, what book or what videos should they watch?
Shall I say my books and my videos? I would say the main thing is get something simple. Don't just get something simple to grasp, easy to try out on your own, and try to play as much as possible. That's the only way you pick up these things. Don't drown in stuff.
So you mean, when you say simple, you're referring to openings?
No, not only. I mean also simple games, simple concepts. It doesn't have to explain every last thing, but it should be something that you can grasp quickly and try out on your own, because unless you try something out, you don't grow.
So from these players in the Grand Chess Tour, whose games do you feel like have that sense of simplicity that is good for kids to study?
I would even say look at classical, games from 50, 100 years back, because then people tried to implement plans very slowly. It seemed a more relaxed time. I mean, nowadays the games are so complex that, and if you analyze it with the computer, you can get lost very fast. I would say, pick some classics, try and understand that slowly, and later on you can get into the complexity once you grasp the basic idea.
Great, thank you very much. So, London Chess Classic, study your classics.
Solid advice.
Study your classics, indeed. Yeah, I was following the analysis of Vichy in the interview, and I just wanted to point out a possibility here in the game where I thought something interesting might suddenly erupt. Vichy didn't mention it.
Let me interrupt you real
Sorry.
quick. As we have Levon actually.
Oh, please. Yeah.
With Jennifer in London.
Alrighty then.
Hey guys, I'm here with Levon Aronian, and I am going to ask you the same thing I asked Vichy. Did you agree with what he said about studying the classics for the kids here?
Of course. That's what I did, and that's, I think, we all should do. Even at the age that I am, I still do study the games of the old masters.
Are you running out of games?
No, there's a lot that we don't know yet.
No, what about today's game? Were you happy with how it went?
No, I thought I kind of liked my position, but then I played this ridiculous rook e1. It's actually an oversight. The fact is, I was planning to meet bishop f5 with bishop takes f5, knight f5, queen b5. But there I've missed that he can play queen e6, queen b7, rook fb8, queen c7, and knight d6. And the position becomes double-edged. Yeah, so after that, I had to play normal moves to equalize. So from a slightly better position to go into a position where you have to play precisely to equalize doesn't feel right.
And today, what would you say to, what do you feel about the atmosphere today now with all the kids here and everything?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you see so many people coming to play chess, and it's always a joy to see the new generation coming after you that will be in the game.
Malcolm, in his intro today to you, referenced an article about, or a show rather, about the Armenia being the cleverest nation in the world. What's that all about?
Yeah, once the BBC came to Armenia, and because we were so successful in chess, So they interviewed me and some other guys. So that's what it's all about.
Got it. Okay, so the cleverest is the best chess player.
Yeah, you know, the chess player, with chess we measure the intelligence, so you understand.
Really? You haven't met any dumb chess players?
I'm kidding.
All right, thank you, Levon. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. Levon, a very, very sweet guy. Yeah, and when he was talking about the young generation of players, and it's nice, one of the things that I really, really admire the players for was when they were here in St. Louis. We do have a very large scholastics initiative ourselves here in St. Louis. A lot of children come from schools, and they get their chessboards out, and they ask the grandmasters to sign. And we have a special day that we set aside, a special period of time for several hours. The players are all signing the boards, and we get some really, really great photos of all of the kids and their smiles as they're showing their parents, look at this signature I got, Mom.
No,
Nice
it's always nice to have that interaction with the players, get that inspiration.
Absolutely. And I can't think of anywhere else in the world that I have seen that to such a degree as I saw it when during the Soviet times. I would go to these tournaments in their playing halls and just massively packed. I mean, just think of a Tokyo subway type of packing of bodies up against a wall where the players were, asked to sign memorabilia and stuff, and those were extraordinary times. We have, my overall impression is still Hikaru is in difficulties. He's solved some things, but the fact that Black has actually kept this knight on the board is actually in his favor.
I think so.
As you were saying, and I completely agree with, this knight on F4 is actually a bum steer. It's in the wrong place. It prevents the Hikaru from developing his bishop. And really, Black's play is straightforward. He wants to put his knight on D4, going after this F3 pawn. And you never, never want to allow the bishop to come onto this long diagonal when suddenly it's not just winning material, it's creating checkmate-like threats. So White still has a number of problems that he has to solve.
He played bishop e3 to try to solve them, and it seems like Maurice has some insight after this move.
Well, the Indians don't like bishop e3 at all. They felt like what you said, Yaz, bishop on this long diagonal is going to be a beast. After all, that's the bishop he has, and the two pawns, of course, for the rook that he sacrificed. So that's what you have to understand in chess is it's all about imbalances. When you trade bishop takes knight, that imbalance definitely decides how you should start to play the game, or at least suggest the direction you should go in. The imbalance here is White has a rook. So if the rook starts to get busy on open files, then that's going to be compensation. However, if the bishop, there's nobody to compete with it, in fact, starts to do its own thing, then that's going to be a problem. So here, the Indian thought knight e5 definitely must be played here, stopping this bishop from taking up a perch on the c6 square. Instead, he played bishop to e3, so now the Indian's like, well, wait a minute. What if I just played bishop to c6, attacking this pawn? And king g2 looks like a natural defensive move. By the way, bishop c6 was played. Now you play king g2, and this is the key move to find. Pawns under attack. Do you defend it? No. You're not trying to get into some kind of equalish endgame, or you don't want to bring your pieces backwards. You play the move knight to d4, a power move, attacking, with defending and attacking at the same time. The f3 pawn is again under fire. Now take a look at what happens after this capture. If you try to take one of the pawns back, well, knight to h5, a nice little discovery, hitting the rook, paying attention to this knight. The rook has nowhere to go to guard the knight, as a matter of fact, so you can't just give your knight away. It turns out you have to give back the exchange, and after a trade on this square followed by this trade, and then the move rook to d8, Black is up a pawn, has a fantastic bishop on the long diagonal. All of White's pawns are horrible. This is starting to shape up like a terrible endgame for White, and this is not what Nakamura wanted to see coming into the game, especially after his disaster from yesterday. Well, mini disaster. He should have won a game against Grischuk. Now this one, it looks like he's going to get ground down in a brutal endgame, and MVL looking like a star.
So Hikaru went ahead and after bishop c6 played king g2, but I was actually wondering before that, what was wrong with knight e5? I'm assuming there's some kind of tactical refutation.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing too. My initial reaction was, oh, I really want to play knight g4, right?
I know, but it doesn't work.
I mean, I'm a genius. You take knight g4, I take on f3 with check, and I pick up yet another pawn. But unfortunately, knight g4, knight takes, and just while I'm reaching to capture your bishop and capture your rook, I suddenly notice my rook on b8 is hanging.
Yeah.
So, and if I recapture, I've lost my knight. Okay, so the
I was assuming rook e8 is probably the move.
Precisely. I was thinking the same thing as well. So that after
knights,
you know, taking advantage of the uncovered pieces, knight takes c6, rook takes e3, rook d8 check. I block with the bishop. Knight is hanging on. Pardon me, on c6, and the pawn is hanging on f3.
No,
I think knight e5, rook e8 was the... But knight g4, you know, like, no, I know, oops. It's a kind of a blitzer's move, if you will.
But okay, he played king g2, and now MVL apparently has to find the move knight d4 to
which
keep
is
the initiative.
Which is not a difficult move at all.
Well, it looks kind of forced. Because, I mean, how else do you defend the pawn?
Precisely. Not only how else do you define... but this knight on b5, as good as it stands, it wants to come to d4.
And it forces the bishop off the board. Tactically speaking, it's very easy for even a normal chess player to calculate that you cannot take on d4.
Right, and if you try to go knight e5, now with that knight on d4, you've got these these common forks with knight c2. So with this bishop and knight both bearing down, Maurice had mentioned takes. This guy's taboo. Rook takes d4, knight h5. That's all she wrote. I got to go knight e5. I mean, that bishop.
It's got to go.
Yeah, it's just got to go. I mean, that bishop would scare me to death.
But unfortunately, I mean, I must have some resources here.
Well, even one of the resources you have, you may not even be afraid of knight takes c6.
Because rook takes b2 check is always coming down.
Right. So you might even just, I don't know, knight d5. No. Knight h5. With
knight
I got
h5?
this. I got this ambush.
The knight is going to be stuck on h5. You have to play knight d3, I think.
Right, exactly. So the knight would come back to d3. Now you could put your bishop. You can maintain the bishop. Well, wait a minute. There's not rook a4. No. I was hoping to go, but there's a bishop b3. So. Two bishops, definitely better for black.
And Maurice?
Just wanted to point out a line there that you're going to like, Yas, for sure. Here it comes. Knight to e5, bishop to b5, just keeping the bishop, saying, I dare you, double dare you to play rook takes d4, and here it comes. Knight to g4, this time without the bishop on the long diagonal. Of course, like you said, ambush on this knight. If it can't move away because the capture on this square, and if you just take this piece, I mean, it's being attacked twice this night. If you take here, then the bishops just erupt, and they look so gorgeous along these long diagonals. And what can you do if you try to hold on to everything, guarding the b-pawn, guarding the knight as well? Then suddenly rook to d8, and we know about these killer bees. They're just looking ridiculously powerful. Rook coming down to d2. That's pretty much unstoppable in the position, and black's just going to rake white over the coals here. This one is tremendous. So bishop to b5, that looks like a normal, natural line to happen in this position. Remember, he had to give back a pawn, though, so he's going to be down the extra pawn he was 2 pawns up, still has 1 pawn, but the strength of bishops combined with the rook, that kind of activity with an exposed king and just weaknesses everywhere to go after definitely gives black the edge.
And we have a move by Vachier-Lagrave. He played rook e8 instead of knight d4, and almost instantly Hikaru decided to react with king f2.
Wow. Rook
he did not take on
e8.
c5.
Bishop.
I'm assuming there's a reason.
Let us have a look. Rook e8, he was prepared to play instantly king f2 instead of the
Greedy.
Greedy, thank you.
Right.
I was looking for the right word. Bishop takes e5. Was he afraid of bishop h6?
Well, maybe even g5 right away.
Okay, very good. I'm thinking that obviously I want to bring my rook to e2. The knight stands in the way. I was going to either play the move bishop h6. You mentioned g5. Probably he was simply, if he's looking at this bishop, and I tell you, every human player who's ever stared down a bishop like that wants to get off that diagonal. Yeah, and probably g5, knight moves, g4 is coming. Hikaru wanted no part of this.
No part of this.
Okay, so that was why he played king f2 in an instant, and then it kind of makes sense. Your rook was on b8. You got it to a square with a tempo.
It's improved, but at the same time...
What have we lost by including the move rook e8, king f2, and knight g? Well, the king on g2.
Well, the king on g2
less vulnerable.
Less vulnerable and more vulnerable at the same time, because if you ever played rook takes d4, I always have knight g4 check. So this.
Thank you. So
is
just
very
to point,
well,
to point that out, what you have just said, with the rook on d4, pardon me, with the king on f2, there's this knight g4 check to the king. You take the knight, and suddenly the king is actually quite vulnerable on f2 as well. Oops, that capture comes with a check. So, okay.
Yeah, and I like the rook on e8 because it protects the e5 square. The biggest downside is that in positions where you are down the exchange, if you have compensation, whether it be one pawn and you're defending or two pawns and you're attacking, that almost never matters. You always want to keep your rook.
Exactly.
You always want to keep your rook against the two rooks of your opponent. It's almost always a good idea to keep your rook. So the disadvantage of having the rook on e8 is that suddenly black has to be worried that white challenges the e-file at some point. And again, because of the very basic ways of the way the chess pieces work, you usually don't want to discoordinate your minor pieces by trading off one set of rooks.
So, in other words, black will have to move his rook away and thereby lose the tempo. On the other hand, that's a pawn on d4. It's still looking very good for MVL. Again, this move, knight d4, with this threat of knight c2, you don't want to see this bishop. We love. Yeah,
you have to take on d4, I think.
Right, and this just looks. Pardon me. This looks like after rook e8, rook d8.
But he didn't do that. He went for. Whoa.
After king f2, that was the position we left. What has MVL decided upon?
He said he just wanted to go g5.
A move that you pointed out a moment ago.
But in a different position.
But maybe this is a really good move because, look, well, it's a tempo against the knight. Let's say the knight goes to I'm just throwing out a square. You want to open up the position against the king. I mean, this is a nightmare, right?
No, that's really lost. But let's put the knight on a better square because that's what I'm afraid of. Because the knight wants to go to d3 in order to be able to go to e5. I don't think anything else makes sense.
So the knight wants to go to d3, as you mentioned, in order to go to e5. So let me continue A, B, and C.
G4, knight e5?
Okay, and I'll continue A, B, C. Ooh.
No, you take on c6, right?
Yes, just a second. Knight G.
Remember, the bishop is defended on e3 by the knight. So it's actually knight g4 doesn't win a piece.
That's a pity, of course. Knight g4 does not win a piece because after king takes, knight takes, knight takes. Okay, I
don't think this is as good.
Yeah, this doesn't look
as so convincing.
Suitable. Maybe g5 was just simply mistimed. Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Let me try it again. Let's do it again. I'll try. I'm channeling MVL. G4, which knight we went? This knight.
Yeah, of course.
How about this check? Takes, and I don't like giving up this wonderful bishop, of course, but how is this? First instinct is not favorable.
No, I don't like this at all.
But there's a weakness on e4 that suddenly appeared.
Yeah.
Okay, a move or two. Just see if...
all right, I'll take on e5.
Yeah, you dog. You took my good bishop. I have to recapture.
And I guess I'll go ahead and check you, just because I can.
This is
See a
not.
check, give a check.
Yeah, that's not a case of the pots are sees a check, give a check. But
there's some weaknesses, but Rook G1, I don't know. I have the feeling that black is allowing white a lot of activity.
Well, I'm not 100% sure myself.
Oh, we actually have a draw.
We have another draw.
It seems like Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, also kind of expectedly.
Oh, for a long time, of course. After we saw that move F4.
Yeah, and it seems like we have a perpetual check on.
That's what I was saying, that F4 would always leave you vulnerable to a perpetual check, and the players have, Yeah,
that's the draw agreed right there.
Let's see how that occurred. We left it at these parts, Queen C5, B5.
Oh,
takes.
Little calculation there.
Right. And
Queen E3 check. Is just
yes.
That's very easy to calculate perpetual.
Very thematic perpetual. Again, not a very impressive game by the world champion.
No, Caruana had no problems holding the draw today. No problems
at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Maurice, what can you say about our games today?
Well, so far, not a very exciting day, to be sure. We've had all those draws. It looks like the players are playing somewhat cagily. And we can't say anything about Magnus. He doesn't have a candidates to worry about, and I'm sure he's not trying to hold back any preparation for some world championship match 10 months from now or whatever it is. So clearly, he's just not quite in that amazing form that we are used to, and his rating continues to drop ever so slightly with every one of these draws as he comes closer to the field, although admittedly the field themselves seem to be backing away from him too. No one over 2,800 with Topolov's loss yesterday. No one in the world except Magnus right now sitting over 2,800. This game, MVL is playing with fire and desire, to be sure.
Let me interrupt you before we go into that, since we have Magnus Carlsen with Jennifer Shahade in London.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with world champion Magnus Carlsen. Tell us today, at what point did you think you had the best chance for an advantage?
Well, I tried a bit of a small ball approach today. I felt that I was a little bit better, perhaps. Then, I sacrificed the pawn, but I felt that I wasn't really risking anything. So he didn't take the pawn. He got a kind of defensive setup, then tried to change his chase his queen away from the central position. Otherwise, I couldn't do anything. My king was just too weak.
Yes, and at what point did you feel like you had no more chances to win?
Well, already when he got Queen E5, I thought there was not much to do.
So today is a special day at the London Chess Classic, first weekend day, lots of kids. What kind of message or advice do you have to the kids? What types of things should they be studying?
Keep more pieces on the board than I did today.
All right, thank you very much. World champion Magnus Carlsen, back to you guys in the studio.
Seemed a bit disappointed, off-putting. You know, you're the world champion. You're the best player in the world. You have the white pieces against a key rival, a future rival, not just a rival today, but a future rival for years to come. You want to
cement that?
Yeah, you want to plant your authority. You want to rubber stamp who I am, who you are.
And speaking of Fabiano, we have him over with Jennifer Shahade.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who just drew Magnus Carlsen. Can you tell us a little bit about the opening? Were you expecting this? How did it rank in your expectations?
No, I didn't really expect this. It's a little bit better for white, but I think it's pretty harmless. And, I probably caused more difficulties for myself than I needed to, going for this Queen B6 and A6, although it's probably objectively a draw the entire time.
So you think you could have just played something solid like Queen D6 instead?
Yeah, I'll have to suffer a bit, but it's going to be a draw.
Got it. So you went for the more tactical route.
No, I wanted to force things, but I kind of underestimated the strength of the D-pawn.
So when somebody plays something that's not expected that you think is harmless, are you happy because it's harmless or disappointed because you're not as sharp on the lines?
I did promise someone I would win today, so there were no chances for that after about 10 moves.
Oh, no.
But I can't say I was disappointed or anything because, you know, I could also be caused serious problems in the opening, and this was a relatively, a relatively simple way to make a draw.
So you promised to win with black.
Yeah, it maybe wasn't the wisest promise to make.
What are you going to do tomorrow? Do you have any promises for us tomorrow?
No promises. We'll see how it goes.
All right, thank you. Fabiano Caruana. He's got 2 draws now in the London Chess Classic. And as always, a little bit of St. Louis here.
Thank you, Jennifer.
A tall order. I mean,
yeah, well,
I'm gonna beat Carlsen with black.
Yeah,
I promise it.
I promise. Well, for the children especially, don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, it's still a draw. It's a good result for Fabiano. He'll be happy
time.
starting with 2 draws.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Maurice, you were in mid-thought when we had those interviews.
Yes, well, I forgot what I was talking about. So I'm going to go to something more interesting. Speaking of which, promises, that's certainly not something you do. I remember my good friend, Grandmaster Patrick Wolf, back in the day, we were actually playing against each other in a big tournament in New York, and he promised someone that he'd be done with the game after beating me really quickly and be able to go out to lunch. Turns out that I was hunting him down and missed the win in the game, and he ended up getting a draw, and afterwards he said, that's what he admitted to. Yeah, I thought the game would be over kind of quick. It's like, dude, you're my friend. You talk about me like that. I should have beat you this game. But at any rate, no promises before the game. You got to go in the game with a clear head. This position, MVL definitely allowed too much here. He made it murky when he had really good chances to just keep the position solid. Knight d4, that's the money move. He should have played it, as we said. That would have kept all his initiative, everything under control, everything balanced, all his major advantages, but he did not find this move. And instead, he played this funkier move, g5, and this one is now just setting the game into just really murky waters. It is not at all clear that he's going to get great chances here. Knight d3, g4, and this move, knight d to e5, is the key move. And White now, Nakamura, he's feeling it. He's feeling the surge in the position. White actually has order in his position. Centralized knight, attack on the pawn. He's hitting the bishop. The bishop did go to d5, and it's this position we're looking at. And it turns out that White has different choices. Though White's still worse, according to the engines, but White can play a move like rook to g1 here, get some energy along this line. I believe I saw a move rook to d3 as well is actually quite interesting. If you were to grab this pawn off the board, the move rook to g1 now, and White keeps increasing his rooks. That's what his disadvantage might be, the bishops, but his advantage are the rooks. And if he can make them work and curtail Black's energy, you see, of course, this rook under pressure, this bishop under pressure, this bishop under pressure, both rooks trying to do work. So too murky right now. He mixed it up a little bit, and Hikaru, he plays chess 960 with the best of them, so to have a murky position where the pieces look kind of weird, that's just when he gets comfortable.
Well, rook g1 was played on the board, so it seems like
after g5, g4, rook g1 immediately?
Bishop d5.
Oh, pardon me.
Bishop d5, rook g1, yes.
Bishop d5, rook g1. And, the contrast between this position where, White's knights on c4, e5 look good, okay, the material imbalance, at least the rooks are working. Contrasting that to the moment when Black had just played the move knight b5 and White's trying to figure out, what do I do with my pieces? Where do they go?
It's definitely an improvement.
Huge improvement. Even though I prefer Black.
No, I also prefer Black, but it's not as much as we used to. And let's take a look at the standings currently after we have 4 results so far, still pending on the Nakamura Vachier-Lagrave game. We have 4 draws today. It seems like everybody increased their score by half point, and well, it all comes down to the Nakamura MVL game to see if we'll have a decisive result on today's games. And with that, we'll take a short commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back. We're here on round 2 of the London Chess Classic, the last tournament of the Grand Chess Tour. And we only have one game remaining over at the Olympia Conference Center in London, England, as Hikaru Nakamura seems to be suffering in his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after starting off with a dubious opening to be kind, I think.
Yeah, to be kind.
To be kind.
But a big development, Alejandro. Check it out.
Let's see.
After the move Rook G1, what Hikaru was hoping is that he's going to use this G-file to pressure Black's king. In response came H5 and suddenly H3, and this looks to be an egregious error. As we were on break, I was saying, oh, this is great for Black, and you cleared my cobwebs. After H3, clearly Hikaru was hoping to use the G-file, but it could rebound against him. After G4 takes F3, Bishop H6, looks great. Check that out. Rook on G1, Bishop on H6. Oopsie daisy. Knight G4, check. H takes G4, bishop takes H6, and suddenly this pawn on F3, this knight is coming to D4, and it's black. It's got a really nice initiative going here. You just move the king out of the way. You can't allow this rook to come into the game to E2.
F6 is a huge threat.
Big time threat. And suddenly Hikaru could be thrown backwards. So a slight, well, not a slight, but perhaps a major miscalculation with the move H3.
The complicated lines here come after knight G4, and I think Maurice can show us more of what the computer is thinking in this position.
All right.
Yeah, actually, that move you guys just showed, the variation, is not that bad for white. There's something else that is far worse, actually. Just going down this line after G takes F3, bishop to H6, knight G4 check, H takes, bishop takes, G takes, king H7, as you mentioned. Apparently, the move rook A to E1 semi-organizes the black forces, the white forces, excuse me. F6 looks like a great move, but suddenly this intermezzo, knight to B6, changes the story quite dramatically. The main move here, believe it or not, is much more spectacular. Take a look at this. Knight to E4 check instead of knight G4. Knight E4 check. And now, of course, you're not going to take on F3 with the king and allow a discovery. That would be dangerous. But king to E3, now thinking everything's fine. What are you going to do about your G7 bishop? Well, how about giving it away? Whoa. Yeah, what? What is right? This is crazy chess right now. This move simply is horrible. Rook takes, check, king takes, and this position is just bad for white. This rook looks terrible in the position. Don't move your rook over here. You're not threatening anything serious. F2 could come, so that's a big problem for you. The key move, and he has not played G takes F3, by the way, but the key move after knight E4 check and king H7, following this line, bishop takes G7 looks like, all right, I just stole a piece. And suddenly F6. Having lost a piece, black plays like it's normal, like no big deal. F6 attacking this knight, going after this one, and about to take advantage of this pawn going to F2. For example, knight takes F3, he's going to just take. And look at the organization of black's pieces. Everything harmonious, and suddenly this king looking like it's in a mating net. Of course, this bishop is also trapped inside of black's position. So this bishop is going down. This position is completely winning for black. According to the engine, this is over. Also, knight D6, knight F5 are threats. The king is actually in a mating net. So if the knight appears on F5, well, he's not quite mated. So maybe it's D5. If the knight appears on D5, it's mate on the board. So black is the one in complete dominance here. Turns out MVL did not see this opportunity, and instead of taking on F3, going back to this position, he instantly played bishop takes C4, and the engine's saying he's still a little bit better here after knight takes and knight to D5, but now more analysis seems to be showing that actually the position is going triple zeros by the engines, which is kind of curious given the tension here in this position and the aggression here. They're giving the move rook to E1 as equal. Crazy turn of events. We're going to have to dig deeper, guys, and to see exactly what these variations hold.
Wow. I'm sorry, like, that was not going to happen.
Well, from the human perspective, it's so counterintuitive after takes to play bishop h6, knight g4. Every human player would say, okay, you're focusing, white is focusing on that bishop on g7. I don't want to lose it. Knight e4 check. Yes, you definitely consider the move, only because you instantly reject king takes f3 because you've got this knight discovered a double check, pardon me, to the white king, and you get to pick up this bishop on h6. But then you go king e3. Okay, even if you were to consider the move king h7, and you would consider the move, you don't say, oh, yeah, beautiful follow-up, f6.
No, that's ridiculous.
No, I mean, you stop. You just stop yourself.
Wait,
and it's an extraordinary variation.
Is Hikaru okay after what he did? He took on G4. I just want to...
Okay, let's...
I just wanted to see real quick.
Let's bring... Whoa, lots of developments in the game. So H3 took on G4, take on E3, Bishop takes B2.
I was kind of thinking Bishop B4 first, but I don't know if he had enough time to actually create a threat.
Well,
no, okay, Bishop B2 is better. Yes.
Clearly, by taking this pawn on B2, you've given yourself a square. So let's just say if you go rook E1.
And you can always take on H5 with check, but I think black's going to be okay with that.
Right, and you know, this knight is determined to get into the game with a
tempo.
With a tempo, I meant to say, like this. So this is, and when we want, we can toss in G takes H5, King H7.
Still looks pretty ugly for white.
It does. But it's also, well, I mean, is it so convincing?
Not such a big deal.
Let's say, for argument's sake, I get out of...
Knight C3?
Yes, Knight C3. And I drop with my rook back, keeping the knight protected.
And the problem is what to play in this position.
Right. As this knight is ready to hop away, either to the F5 or G4 square.
It looks fine for white. Better?
Fine.
Fine is what the Indians are saying, going, again, triple zeros in all these lines, saying the position has now stabilized itself. MVL played quickly, and the main reason why, maybe his time, he had only 12 minutes, and also maybe Hikaru's time, he had only 7 minutes, and I think MVL played in Hikaru's time pressure a bit too much, and this is a mistake you can often make, and he just played very fast. But that said, the road to advantage was not easy. He had already blown it with G5. Blown it is a very strong term, but in terms of being able to control the position, again, we play human moves. The computer may have shown that crazy variation I pointed out, but most humans are not going to study that line, and at the end, like you said, F6. Just too bizarre to look at positions like that and make them seem reasonable. But by playing very aggressively with the move G5, he gets into a position where you got to play careful to control the action. Knight D4 was that money move from a long time ago. No question about it. We see it before he played G5. Where did this happen? Back here. Even rook E8 wasn't necessary, but when he did get it in, King F2 was imprecise. Again, Knight D4, again and again, keeping the control over the position, blunting the effect of this bishop, and not giving white any chances whatsoever to get that great play he got in the game, or at least some kind of crazy play. By playing G5, you already create that imbalance that white starts to say, okay, bring some more, give me some punches. And now suddenly, as we jump to this position, we see the effect of G5, and the rook suddenly has something to do, to chew on. This rook has this file. This rook will find this file eventually. Taking is no problem. Rook over. And because of this also, the pawn on A5 and the pawn on B7, that's a big deal in this position because he can't just rush his pawns down. He can't just throw them down there and you have to suffer. Because he can't create two-pass pawns, that pin position you just mentioned that we just saw you guys put up there, that is a problem because you can't build on it. Like, I got the pin, but I can't freeze anything in this position and distract him with pawns. So definitely a blown opportunity for MVL and Hikaru. Yesterday, he should have won. Today, probably should have lost. So, it all worked out.
Wow. Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Maurice, about that whole knight d4 versus g5 explanation. The knight really belonged on the square d4. Having said all of that, when you see this move, bishop on d5 takes c4, automatically you start to think, okay, I'm giving up this really, really, really great bishop for these well-coordinated knights. And I've lost the edge that I had been building up for some time.
Yeah, the game is a little too simplified at the moment.
Exactly. And again, just to continue the line that we had kind of spied, let's say.
Now, there is a way to risk a lot, I think.
Oh, good.
No, but the way you were saying, rook e1, bishop c3, rook e2.
Yes.
Taking on a5 might just be a little too much.
Well, you know, 3 connected pass pawns, you know. But unfortunately, yes.
The king is a little weak, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? Suddenly, this pawn might have something to be. Yeah, I've got some.
Yeah, suddenly I'm a little scared.
A little bit scared, and with probably good reasons. Let's just continue the line, however.
I can play knight d4.
I don't like knight. Maybe just put the bishop back on the long diagonal. Again, on a very good day, those 3 passed pawns are like streaming up the board. White has to be
still careful, you think?
Yeah, I do. I mean, these doubled H pawns are contained. The problem is I don't think I can effectively advance the pawns up the board without giving this rook.
White has a lot of material on the queen side, since the knight can always hop back, the king is very close, the king on h7 is completely cut off.
Yeah, but I need, again, to generate threats on an open file. I think I want to use the E file, if you let me. If you drop after, for example, king, I want to try to get some active threats going with rook e8, rook f8.
Yeah, if white has actual counterplay, then it's not so pleasant to go into such a situation.
Exactly. But yeah, I think a missed opportunity here for MVL.
Yeah, he definitely had the better of the position. And it's true that, yeah, exactly what Maurice said. After knight d4...
Put the knight on d4.
Yeah, after knight d4, it's possible that there was a variation where he was better, but very, very difficult to find. I would argue impossible to find for a human.
Well, this whole bishop takes, just voluntarily dropping this bishop on... Wow.
Yeah.
Alien chess.
Alien chess.
Alien chess. So there we have it. Let me just get an update of the game and the current time positions, by the way, of the opponents.
They should be about right. They only have a few minutes to make time control, so yes.
So the players, by the way, have been following our analysis.
And Maxime decided to go bishop d4. It
as
seems
expected.
Like Hikaru is ready to play very quickly. I don't know what the rush is.
He's reaching for his king, and king f3.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's sort of like you want to play knight d4 check, but your bishop's in the way. Can't make it.
Knight c3, and we pretty much looked at this position, except they haven't played g takes h5 check, which is really something Hikaru can throw in whenever he feels like it.
Right. So we're anticipating rook on e2 to e1, a little hesitation there by Hikaru, but he did eventually find the move. Now
what?
Yes, exactly. We've kind of, well, we're happy that this pin, but okay, I'm a little bit concerned that this rook on e8, the knight on f5 is threatening to move because the rook on e8 is not protected. If I did something as mundane as rook e5...
You can still play knight f5, right?
Yeah. Rook e5, knight f5. I agree with you completely. How about knight e4? Now you can't move the knight because the rook can be captured and there's no rook takes e8 on your side.
Agreed.
Okay, so because this knight g5 is an annoyance, you got to take, right?
I would assume it's just a...
Yeah. Takes and king h7. So on a good day, black can play knight d2, check, and tie you up.
Which is still unclear, but yeah, okay.
On a good day.
Knight d2 is a threat.
Yes.
Let's see what to play in this position.
Right, okay. So...
Could play rook e2, maybe just to get out of it. I don't think...
Well, rook e2, does that stop me from playing knight d2 check?
I don't think I have a problem with knight d2. I can just take.
If I take with the bishop, then you can counterpin me either with rook e2 or rook e1. Yeah. Clear. And rook takes e3 check. You don't...
I'm not particularly afraid.
No.
With such a reduced amount of material.
Agreed. So after rook e2, knight d2 is not a threat. But... What can I... Maurice was
also possible.
Was mentioning how important that a5 pawn is now.
You can't create anything on the king side. On the queen side, sorry.
Okay, well, I've got a pass pawn. Let's push it. Pass pawn.
You got some problems. I mean, I have rook g4.
Oh, gosh, I was going to meet that with a nasty move, but I can't play my intended knight d2 for the same reasons as previously mentioned. You just take it. Okay, so I don't want to undermine my own pieces. Silly move, silly
I was thinking
gesture.
king h6, but it just runs into a check, so that doesn't work.
So king h7. Hold on. Knight, whose turn is it? Rook E2.
Also Rook G2, I was thinking.
How about F5? I'm not exactly...
I can just take it, right?
Well, isn't the rook on G1 hanging?
Yeah, but I'm on worse.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You give up the exchange, but you've got a great blockade. Well, even...
You have to be a little careful.
Yeah, exactly. I better take it. I better get that A5 pawn
pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, okay, I better do it by playing something like this and maybe B6 on my next move. You know.
Okay, Maurice has some insights for us here in this position as well.
Well, one of the dangers of playing chess that happens to all of us is what happens when you have a better position and suddenly you no longer have a better position. And MVL is precisely in that situation. Everything about this game said better, better, better. Nakamura played the opening with these lost tempi, a clear Benoni that was perfectly fine for black. Then he got a chance to sacrifice an exchange, did MVL at one point very aggressively taking on F3. When you do that in a game, your adrenaline definitely spikes. You're thinking, this is me. I'm going to take you down. And then all of a sudden, some inaccurate moves caused him to get a position that was not advantageous. So we see there he has played the move knight e4, and by playing the move g5, the game is turned enough now that he no longer has any real advantage on the clock. In fact, he's behind on the clock, and Nakamura has no disadvantage, no worries whatsoever there. And it's clear that the advantage is gone. What do you do now that your advantage is dissipated? Of course, us sitting on the side will say, well, don't do anything crazy. Make sure everything's fine. Play simple chess. But it's not so easy when you had tasted this opportunity of an advantage and you feel like rightfully I should win this game. Well, here you see he doesn't have that much to do, so he's just playing defensive moves. Maybe he's been forced, of course, from the last move to play this situation. But what about Hikaru? Is he starting to think, okay, I was worse for so long, but now maybe I'll try to hunt you down if you give me the right chance. So switching the brain on and off from worse to better to equal, when you do all of that, sometimes players will make errors. These guys are experienced grandmasters, some of the best players on the entire planet, so don't expect them to make any blunders psychologically right now. And it's not as though the position is extraordinarily complicated, but it is clear for sure one thing: MVL blew his great position, and now he has to be careful. Don't go under the illusion that black is better anymore, because that ship has sailed.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely on the button right. I mean, when he played the move rook f3, you know, he was ready, you know, to pose for a camera and say, okay, I played the brilliancy of the round.
Right.
A dozen moves later, the vapor has vanished. There's no advantage.
No advantage.
But you've got that history of the position, and you're still chasing the victory that is no longer there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you end up getting yourself into a real pickle. So it's so easy to go wrong, okay? And
we got this position on the board, and Hikaru played rook g2 instead of rook e2, which is something I was also considering.
Exactly. But rook g2, very sensible move. You're getting out of this pin. I'm thinking that black should play rook e6.
Yeah, it seems like that move would be okay, but actually knight c2 might be an issue.
Knight c2.
Unless you can meet it with f5. Because you don't have any of these tricks with knight d2 check. I understand that you wanted to play that in case I went knight f5.
Right, exactly. Your knight on c2 not only defends the rook, it attacks the bishop, attacks the knight, f5.
Maybe
and now...
Takes king f4.
Suddenly... The position has changed dramatically.
This is the kind of stuff that I didn't want to see on the board.
Exactly so. So
yeah,
it's gone wrong.
Rook e6, knight c2 is probably already better for white, I think.
Maybe I have to go f6 to go knight g5 check and bail out, but h4 is a good answer.
You got enough pieces defending. Maybe just knight d6, I think.
Yes. Okay.
Just make the pin actually a pin. And if you take on, if you're going to go knight c2,
yes,
maybe I can just trade off the rooks and go knight c4.
Knight c4, bishop c3. Knight c4, bishop c3. Which one?
Sure.
Yeah, knight c. Again, you want to get rid of this.
I like knight c4 though, because if you're going to play rook a2, I'm not really scared of anything.
No, that is for sure.
I don't think.
But for sure, the crisis is past now
Yes,
for Hikaru. Yes,
no doubt about it.
Wow. Big time turnaround. Again, Hikaru's been on both sides with Grishuk and MVL today.
Yeah, and actually both black was having the upper hand, which is unusual.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a quick look at the schedule going forward into the tournament, just so you guys know exactly when to tune in. We will have a round tomorrow. Remember that it is also earlier than on the weekdays. Tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. here in St. Louis, 2 p.m. London time. Players will be playing every day, except for Wednesday. Wednesday, December 9th, will be the players' rest day.
I thought it was a commentator's rest day.
I think we'll be enjoying it as well.
All right, so our only game remaining of round 2, the advantage we've seen, the advantage that MVL had basically from the opening, precipitously slip.
Yeah.
And
I don't think he's worse, but he definitely has to be careful.
Well, isn't that the definition of worse, though? That you have to be careful.
I think when you're worse, you just, I mean, one side actually has a clear way of improving, even against optimal play.
Okay.
You know, the position remains unpleasant. Here, I think if Maxime finds a couple of good moves, he should be able to just draw the game.
Okay,
up.
so you reckon that, for example, let's go knight d6.
Yeah. I mean, so many of these endgames.
Do I have to do anything special? I don't have to move my rook right away. Well, let me break the pin for a sec.
Okay. Now, out of curiosity, this straight up endgame with 3 pawns.
How do you do? What do you mean straight up endgame?
Trade everything on e3 and take on a5 at the end.
Okay, I follow you completely. Trade everything and then follow up with the fork.
Yeah. Now the knight's terrible. I get it.
Yes,
but
indeed.
3 pawns are 3 pawns.
Yes, the knight is a little bit stuck for sure.
I mean, this still looks like it's very likely to be a draw. You might grab all my pawns on the queen side, but
Precisely,
I'll
that's
end
what
up
I'm
grabbing
thinking.
the h-pawn. I can play knight c6, for example, or even start with king h6.
Right, and you choo-choo up the board, and while I'm wiping you out over there, you're wiping me out over there, likely rook versus knight in a draw.
Which is an
gotcha.
easy draw. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, knight d6 looks like the move.
Agreed. And by the way, the clock times once more, because that is a factor.
Not anymore.
Not anymore? They've made time control.
They made time control, yeah. So we're going to have to wait for the players to see if Maxime actually finds a couple of accurate moves. He still has the possibility of falling into hot water.
Certainly.
And definitely it's a higher chance than Hikaru doing anything wrong. It seems like it doesn't really matter what Hikaru does, he'll be fine.
One of the things that I've been afflicted with throughout my chess career is whenever I felt I equalized, for some reason, it's like my brain switched. Now that I've equalized, I'm better.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So I was really motivated when my opponent let their advantage slip, because I'm thinking, okay, now my opponent's feeling psychologically downcast. I've got equality, therefore I can press. Will Hikaru be overly optimistic himself? Without
Maurice,
the
what
move
do you
knight
think?
d6.
I don't think he's going to be overly optimistic because there's just not enough on the board. The problem is that his pawns are quite static. His pawn on a5 is not really good. His pawn on probably he's a victim, in fact, the pawn on a5. And the double pawns on the h file. If there's just a little bit more frothiness here to play for, then it would be nice. But what is he playing for? I mean, it's even hard to figure out what White is trying to do specifically. If some trades happen and he loses the pawn, how do you justify that it's your h-pawns that are going to win the game? That if he loses the a-pawn. So I don't think he's going to overestimate this position. He's going to look around and see if the guy blunders. That's about it. And the only thing that can happen is if MVL starts to play some inaccurate moves and allows the a-pawn to somehow stay on the board But imagine, he has to lose the B pawn, the B7 pawn, and the A6 pawn in order to make this A pawn come to life. If the A pawn goes off the board, it's just not any real play. So I don't think he's going to overestimate this position. But I will say, from MVL's point of view, he hasn't defeated Nakamura in a classical game, right? His score is 3-0 for Nakamura. And Nakamura already was trying to make Fabi a customer over the board chess, having a very positive results against him. And he could have gotten the monkey off his back by defeating Nakamura finally, just to say, yes, now that I've done it, I'm going to start doing it more often. You get that first blood and start to feel more confident. But lately, he's still only been able to draw, and he hasn't solved the Nakamura problem as yet. Of course, he was a younger player when he was getting pummeled by the more experienced veteran Nakamura. But he still wants that win. He's still chasing that first victory, and he almost could have had it today. But what do they call Nakamura? Tricky?
Tricky.
Resourceful. Okay, knight d6. I'll tell you what I'm playing for with white. I'm trying to put my rook on e7. I'll give you a heads up. Knight d6, rook on g2 to e2, big dreams, knight g4, rook e7. How do you go? Let's see it.
All right. Well, you got some tricks, definitely. If I trade everything, you're going to go rook e7 at the end.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. All right. I understand your dreams. All right, I don't want to trade everything, but I don't know what to do either.
Well, I was thinking that you might be lured into the move bishop c3, rook d1, knight b5, eyeballing the d4 square, knight f5, and I was hoping for rook takes, king takes, and again, on a very good day, this is what I'm trying to do for Hikaru, to swing the game solidly in his favor.
Unfortunately, I think after knight d4 check, this probably still is just a draw.
Are we so certain?
Yes.
Because?
I take with the c-pawn.
You take with the c-pawn. I'll greedily grab us. Grab us as much as... You're going to give up both the...
Yeah, I don't think that's much of an issue. Because I take on h5, I don't think... You have any real winning chances?
So just to put some moves on the board for a second, you're thinking that even if I
take both.
Take both?
Yeah.
Wow.
I still think this is a draw. You don't have to take on h5, actually.
But just to show what you think, even this, so long as this d4 pawn remains on the board.
Right.
Yeah.
Importantly, the pawn on h3 is winning in most scenarios because it's a wrong color bishop, I think. And it's also below the 5th rank, which is important in certain endgames.
Right. So you're saying rook and h-pawn
against bishop,
against the wrong color bishop should win, unless the pawn's on h7 or h6.
Right, h6 it becomes.
Then you got the draw. But here, because you've even got a d-pawn, you can't go with your king, and you got to keep an eye on the d-pawn. It's hard. So, okay, well,
I mean, obviously this is not the cleanest.
Nah, and for MVL, quite a
no,
defeat.
He's not going to go into this.
Quite a sad.
But it's still, I'm saying that even in a worst case scenario, it's pretty drawish. And Maurice,
that's the problem. This A pawn, if it drops off the board, then you're left with these wretched H-pawns, and any trades just lead to easy equality for black. But it turns out, even in that line, you guys mentioned this rook e2, and you try to get some stuff going, try to land a punch he has. Unfortunately, black actually has a very direct move, rook e5. Look at the unit of these 4 pieces. Looks very attractive, lots of harmony created. And attacking this pawn on h5 and saying, what do you have exactly? What are you trying to do if you can't improve your pieces? The move knight c2 runs into simply rook takes h5, and if you want to get rid of the strong bishop, pawn takes, suddenly the pawn on a5 is going to drop too, and I think we'll all agree that this is a quiet draw. So rook to e5 would be the blow there. There's nothing else. This position is now a draw. Knight d6 was the key move, though. He found the right move, best move in this moment right here, knight to d6, very accurate, and if Hikaru plays just a couple of moves, he can look around. I think he's going to notice that he has no advantage whatsoever, and it's time for them to stop the game. I think he's going to look.
No, he'll try for
He's
sure.
going to look and see if there's some kind of something in there, but he's probably going to realize he's going to come up with nothing at all.
We mentioned before, but it's worth emphasizing, when you're playing with the extra exchange, 9 times out of 10, it's in your favor with the extra exchange to trade the rook, take the rook off the board. And we saw a crystal clear example of that by what the line Maurice was showing, that the defender's rook suddenly became very good on the 5th rank after rook e5. So I'll have to pull in my own horns there a bit and say, I better play a move like knight c2 to ensure that I get that rook off the board. And we were looking at some lines that went like this a while ago, a moment ago, with knight c4, that we were reducing the game to an even draw equality.
Yeah, and I still think this looks pretty drawish.
It does. So, wow. So 5 draws, if we're right in our outcome of this game.
Which we've seen weirder things happen. I mean, it's still not dead.
But 9 draws out of the 2 rounds. Again, I thought that I'm okay with the 4 draws of the first round, because I really thought there was some really tense, thrilling battles that the players. Today I felt like less so. I mean, there wasn't the great energy of the first round.
And by far the biggest energy was concentrated on this game, the one that's still going on. But outside of this one, I mean, it felt like a very lackluster round for sure.
Thank you. That was a good word I was looking for, lackluster. Yeah. But I must say that Malcolm Payne in round 1, when he was introducing the players, will mention that besides being U.S. champion, Hikaru is the defending London Classic champion, and that Malcolm mentioned very specifically that Hikaru is a very big favorite with the British public because he brings it. And, for the first 2 rounds, his game has really been capturing our attention because of the quality and the imbalances.
The excitement, the entertainment he's brought to the board has definitely it's been the highlight of both rounds, I think. Until Giri won yesterday, I think everybody was focused on Hikaru's game.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, definitely a crowd pleaser. Hikaru Nakamura still always with a fighting spirit. And it seems like, okay, he's not going to be able to take home the point if MVL continues to play
very well.
But, Hikaru's turning it around, and as we mentioned, psychologically, sometimes it is difficult to play a position where you were better, and suddenly, you're basically playing for equality.
Yeah, so again, that key move, knight d6, has been played, and the very desirable plan for white is to force the issue and to trade rooks with knight c2.
But unfortunately, it's just simply not enough.
Right, and again, just to mention, if white does try to play games, that was me with my gamesmanship playing the move rook e2. This move rook e5 that I had underestimated is very strong.
Yeah.
I forgot that when the knight came back, truthfully, that I thought, well, I'll go king g4. This is where I basically said, ooh, isn't this nice? I'm going to get rook coming here. I forgot that this rook comes across the board and takes a key pawn out
Black's
of it.
playing for a win after that.
Right, yeah. He cuts my legs off there with that move. Rook takes a4, a5. And no, I don't like the fact that there's a black rook in the position.
And Hikaru did play rook e2, but not this rook.
Aha. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah, he played rook e2.
Rook e2.
Well.
Okay. Rook e2.
Yeah, I have several options here as black. I'm assuming I can trade everything off.
Right. That was the one where you said that bishop takes, rook takes, king takes, knight c4 check, taking away my a pawn. we had a position like this a moment ago, and we agreed that black's king would end up capturing both h-pawns, and the knight would come back, and white would wipe out the queen side.
Yeah, it should be okay. I mean, white could be more ambitious and maybe play something like king e5, king f6, or instead of king d5, but I mean, it's hard to believe.
I would be very reluctant to allow black the 3 connected passed pawns. Push, you mentioned, unless there's some checkmating ideas.
Well, I was hoping.
Oops, that wasn't, I was, get those doggies moving. Just a second, hold on, where is it? There it goes. B5?
It looks dangerous, and there will be soon variations where white can no longer bail out.
Not even with a perpetual check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this looks dangerous.
No, exactly. You don't do that.
And we do have actually a new move anyway, so rook e5 was played. Very similar to the other variation, except the rooks maybe are not as clumsy, both of them being on the e-file. It's maybe a slightly better version, but it's still not something terribly impressive. After knight c2, rook takes h5 was played. And
in fact, all of these moves were played?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, well, it seems black has no problems.
Well, definitely not. I mean, again, we haven't succeeded in our rook trade.
The question is if black is playing for anything.
Well, why
Maybe.
not? Why not? I mean, if a lot of white pawns
fall,
yeah.
I also have some knight f5 ideas in some positions.
Exactly.
The pawn on h3 is hanging at the moment. You probably want to defend it. I don't know. What would you play here with white?
What would I play here with white? Unless Hikaru has some very forcing variation with
He took on d4.
Yeah, I was about to say, unless he has some very forcing kinds of counterplay with rook e8, you better take that bishop.
And he did.
That bishop kind of is a standout, right?
Okay, and now we have a5 and h3 hanging, so I guess, again, you need some kind of precise move.
Exactly.
Although, to be fair, anytime that you trade rooks, it's just going to be okay for white. There's no way you win if I manage to trade rooks.
This is me by, again, trying to sucker you into
some trap?
I don't know if a trap's the right word. I probably ended up doing it to myself. but I'm hoping that with this rook on g4, and now that you've taken away the h-pawn, I'll just be able to manage it, checkmate you, indeed, something of this kind of nature. So maybe you better not greedily get your hand in the cookie jar over here on h3. So probably rook g4, rook d5 perhaps.
Oh, rook g4 was played, so
yes.
The trickster Hikaru trying something.
Well, I was thinking that if you played rook d5, I wanted to play rook g2. With the not so subtle.
All these tricks with you.
Yeah. By the way, that's an inside joke with Alejandro and myself. We were playing a blitz match together, and I was complaining about your resourcefulness, and I was calling him the Djokovic of the chess world as he's just returning all my serves at the chessboard. It was a fun match, by the way. We got to do that again.
So, okay, we got rook g4 on the board. Let's actually think about what MVL can play, which I'm assuming is pretty much any move.
Yeah.
And you can go knight c4.
Knight c4 looks intriguing, yes. There is a
threat on e5. I'm also taking on a5. h3 will also be hanging at some point.
Well, let me...
Capture.
Let me take. And... let's sneak down the board, right? Rooks belong on the 7th rank.
Right. Well, and this kind of becomes one of those positions where if you're not mating me, you're not going to win. So, I mean, if I play rook takes h3, I'm assuming I cannot really play knight c6. I think you coordinate. No, I can't play knight c6.
You can play knight c6. I apologize, because I thought that...
you can defend the rook, but I have another... King g6 looks good.
Yes, king g6 looks good. And you have another fork.
Coming in, yeah.
I have to do it the other way. I apologize. I have to put rook d7.
Yes.
Not to get... Hold on, does knight c6 actually work again? Because there's a knight d4 check at the end. No, I got rook d7. So, sorry.
No, knight e5 anyway.
check,
King G6,
and 2 4-king squares.
Yeah.
Win an exchange back and a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like knight c4 if everything works. It's kind of hard to find all of these knight moves. Though.
Right. Those tricky knight moves.
But
as
the
Joel
knight will
Benjamin
return
would say.
and it should be some sort of draw. But I still think that there should be something easier for black. I mean,
for MBL, rook g4. Yeah.
If I take on h3, you want to mate me basically, right? So you're going to go king g2?
Yes, that is basic. That's the basic.
Okay, but
idea.
also I think retreating down the h file should be
something like rook h5.
It's hard to believe that black has
issues. Yeah.
Issues.
Okay. What can I do?
You probably should take the pawn.
I should. Need I ask? Take the pawn, Yasser. Rook takes. Well, now knight f5.
Something like that. Rook d7.
Rook d7. Something like knight h6. And
yeah. Now that I'm defended, this is completely dead.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah. There's no hope here, guys. This one is definitely drawn. He just doesn't have to blunder. That's it. Just don't blunder, and it doesn't look like one of those types of positions. You know, we talk about these 5 draws that will happen today, and Nakamura saying that the players are not going after each other in this tournament because of the candidates. We've got 4 players missing from the candidates, however, including Magnus Carlsen. You got to think Magnus is happy if players are not aggressive right now. He'll get the double whammy because he'll not only have to worry about revealing any novelties because he doesn't know who he's going to play after the candidates, but he'll win London. His rating keeps going down. Every draw for Magnus Carlsen is a small minus. It might be only decimal points, 0.4 here, or 0.3 there, but it adds up. There was a time when Magnus Carlsen was knocking on the door of 2,900. We were wondering after he broke 2880, would he be a 2,900 player, the first in all of history? Now he's back knocking on 2820s somewhere. That just sounds like he turned into a fish. Like, what happened? You're Magnus Carlsen. Of course, 2820 is nothing to steal at and sneeze at. And from the drubbing he put on me in our Blitz match, I won't dare call him a fish. But he's not playing according to his lofty, absolutely lofty standards that won him tournament after tournament after tournament. We were stacking up the records just in the last few years, and now he's looking quite mortal. So we'll see whether or not he gets some confidence from the fact that nobody else seems to be running away with anything right now. Geary content with a draw today, and the rest of the players only making draws so far. So a lot of tournament still to be played. Even Topalov at the bottom of the tournament table is still within fighting chances of first.
Thank you, Maurice. I still have to say I'm a big believer in Magnus. I mean, the last 5 years of what I've seen Magnus do on the professional circuit has just simply been phenomenal. Miracle Magnus comebacks, haven't we seen it all the time? I'm sure that Magnus approached London with the idea, look, I've got to reassert myself. If I can win first, I can win the inaugural championship, Grand Chester crown. I mean, he made it very clear to the chess world when he entered it in Berlin. He wanted to be the world classical champion, the world rapid champion, the world blitz champion. Look, he wants to be the Grand Chess Tour champion as well, you know. So he's going to come back, in my opinion.
And that's part of the problem when you get to the top. How many mountains do you get to climb? How many more mountains? Of course, you want to dominate. We look at the Golden State Warriors, for example, in basketball. You know, they won the title, and people say, well, you know, maybe they were lucky. They didn't play all the best teams or the best point guards from all those teams. And they come back the next year and they say, no, we want more. And they even said Steph Curry, who was the MVP from last year, may have improved his game, maybe the most improved player, in fact, from last year, which is incredible that the guy who wins the MVP has that kind of hunger, passion, desire to keep going and proving, I want to be better, I want to dominate. That's extremely hard to do. You see it in rare people like a Michael Jordan or a Tiger Woods in his prime. that just want to get better, even if that's to revamp my game. Magnus has won so many tournaments. It's so clear that he was by far the best. No one challenging him, no one even coming close. And now he's got to say, so what am I supposed to do next? Win another world title? Well, prove that I'm still the world champion. I got that. I'm #1 in the world. Yeah, got that. Which tournament are you going to put in front of me? It's all these same tournaments with guys I'm dominating. Well, people are now knocking on his door. He's becoming a bit older, 25. Wow, he's not really old. But people are already talking about, maybe it was Fabi. Okay, maybe it's Wei Yi out of China. Eventually will be there. So he needs some kind of challenge to spur him on, to make him say, okay, that's it. I'm putting my foot down. I'm going to show you why I am the dominant player right now of this generation and will be for years to come. And I think that's the motivation issue we're facing with Magnus Carlsen right now, and maybe a lack of it as he enters sort of the middle part of his career.
Well, winning never gets tired. It's always exciting to win.
And he's the kind of player that is very upset with himself when he loses. And
he's his biggest critic as himself.
He's had a losing streak. I mean, it doesn't matter how you look at it. The fact that he's dropped 50 rating points
speaks for itself.
I mean, it more than speaks for itself. It's something that Carlsen really wants to prove, that he's able to go back to not only a position where he is the #1 player in the world, which he still is undisputably, it's the fact that he's a dominating #1 player in the world, where players were saying how much gap is there between Carlsen and second place. And right now, even though the gap still exists, it's not because Carlsen is crushing everybody.
No, it's like
as Maurice said, everybody's kind of like deflating a little bit.
Yeah. I can't, unless you were there, by the way, it was really hard to capture it, in interviews, in discussions. But I was in Norway, and the Norwegian television, and the chess fans of Norway, they're such Magnus Carlsen fans. And the level of his disappointment at his own performance that he had in Norway, you could just see that this was tearing him apart. That as world champion, he was so angry and frustrated with himself, not with his opponents, not with anything that anybody had done to him or anything like that. He just wanted to win so badly in front of his home crowd. I saw a very, very motivated world champion, and he'll come back. He wants to win an event in Norway. Sorry, Maurice.
People like Magnus Carlsen, they don't compete against the players in their generation. They compete against history. They are going to be looked at years from now. He's going to be looked at years from now as, was he as good as Bobby Fischer? Was he as good as Alekhine? Was he as good as Capablanca? Garry Kasparov? Has there ever been a time in Garry Kasparov's career, I can't think of it, when he just suddenly shed rating points and had horrible tournament after horrible tournament? I mean, the guy just simply came in and stomped everybody all the time. Throughout his whole tenure from like 85 to 95, before he started playing the computer matches, Garry just simply dominated as a young player. When he hit his 30s, he was still the man. And who was he competing against? He was competing against Fischer, Alekhine. He's putting records up that those guys, you have to look at perspective, and of course you can never say who the greatest player is of all time. That's always going to be up for debate, but you will be putting his name in that argument, and he can rightfully say, yeah, when I don't have to say it, you guys can just see it from the numbers I've put up. Magnus has definitely already started to put up those kinds of numbers, those kind of records. The number of tournaments he won in a row or came in tie for first have just been incredible, but it still hasn't gotten to the mythic level as yet, and he's working on it. But these kind of hiccups or this setback that he's experiencing right now, he better get out of it, or he's going to look like maybe of a short-term champion. I mean, this one in Norway, when he just made a horrific misstep, just ignorance from knowing the time control, and tripped up and lost this first game. This was the beginning of an incredible slide that has continued throughout after this tournament and beyond. And this year, he lost a couple of horrible games in the team championship. I doesn't call the games horrible, but for him to be losing so often is just not normal. So again, he's not competing necessarily from against these players. He's already proven that he's better than everyone right now. That's for sure. But he's got to get in his mind, nope, I'm one of the best in history. That's what I'm trying to prove. Maybe the best in history. If he broke 2,900, I think we'd all be thinking, whoa, what the heck? But to do that now, imagine what it's going to take for Magnus Carlsen from this moment to get over 2,900. I mean, he's going to have to do one of those epic runs like he did when he got to the title that he has now, and not get into the malaise of just being a world champion.
To echo some thoughts, one of the most extraordinary players, and for me the greatest chess player in history, is Garry Kasparov. His career started like a meteor, a comet burning across the heavens. And he really didn't have any setbacks all the way up to becoming world champion. The biggest single setback that Garry Kasparov had in his whole chess career is this little asterisk. He loses a short match, a world championship match, with Vladimir Kramnik. Garry was humiliated. He was super angry. After if there was a question of, gee, Garry, what's your motivation? You've won every tournament in the world, Linares, Tilburg, blah, 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 Tata Steel 3 times in running. What's your motivation? Well, I tell you what it was. When he lost that world championship match title to Vladimir Kramnik, he went out and just won every single event he started playing in. And maybe it's in a weird kind of way, if Magnus, for whatever reason, decided, well, the FIDE World Championship wasn't, going in a fashion that he wanted to defend his title or something of that nature, he would want to prove himself #1 by far.
Oh, yes.
But Yasser.
Yes.
Gary won his first championship, his title in 1985.
Right.
That world championship was 2000. It was the year 2000. That's 15 years. I mean, who dominates for 15 years?
Any sport.
And it was domination. There was no question about it. Even when all those young guns, Kramnik was in the argument, Ivanchuk back then, Anand, I mean, all those guys, Gelfand, they were all chasing him down, and it would be, who's going to be second? Like he walks in, okay, who's second? Who's second? Because this is over. And don't beat him. He would lose one game. What would happen? He'd pummel the next 6 guys. He'd just crush them game after game. You just hadn't seen such a tournament, a champion. I mean, he was world champion for one, but also just in tournaments. He was just so relentless. Karpov used to win tournaments, +2, +3 was like a miracle. Like, wow. Yeah. Gary was about +6s, +7s, just overwhelm you and dominate the players of his time. So 15 years running, and then after he lost, like you said, he just to keep that burning fire and that motivation, he was already into his late 30s when he lost his match. I believe he was 37 or 38 years old, losing that match in 2000. So he must have been 37 exactly. These guys are still playing, but it looks like the draw is almost inevitable. Again, can Magnus, he's only 25 years old. If he doesn't even make it to 30 years old and stay world champ, then he's not going to be put in that pantheon of the greatest ever. It will not be his destiny, his birthright to claim that, even though his rating is the highest rating ever. But with inflation and all that, I don't think that will be the argument. So Magnus needs that motivation, and he needs to start winning some tournaments yet again and prove that his time has not faded. The players have not figured him out. He's still the best, clearly, and will continue to prove it so in the years to come. But right now, he's certainly in a bit of a crisis.
Well, I mean, he's still, I think, the strongest player in history, and I think that even though he only reached 2880 once and then he's dropped down, I don't think there's any doubt that he is, at any point, the strongest player in history. I think just his
history.
Yes,
no,
in history.
I'm with Gary. I'm Gary on this.
I mean, I think that it goes back to the argument we were having before. You can't really compare generation-wise. Right. I mean, the fact that he reached 2880, and at that moment in time, he was just so dominant over everybody else. At that precise moment in time, I think he was just untouchable, no matter who you tell me in history. Now, that being said, it is a far, far away from the legacy that, for example, Garry Kasparov left off, as you guys are saying, is such a domination. Anatoly Karpov. I mean, it's a different kind of best, and I think that Magnus is definitely not satisfied with having that spur of brilliance that happened one time. You reached that really high goal. I think it's something he wants to keep, And it's definitely something that is affecting his play right now because he wants to see himself again where he was when he reached 2880.
Well, you know, someone who this reminds me of, although it's completely different circumstances, is Tiger Woods. I mean, Tiger Woods was such a dominant player. Could you even imagine anybody playing as well as him? There was a point where even Jack Nicklaus, who has won more majors than anyone, said, the guy's going to pass me. That's a given. I mean, come on. Look at how well he plays. He's incredible. And there was just, again, a point where Tiger was just it. That's clear. We're waiting for him to win 20 majors, 25 majors, 30 majors. And then through his own personal failings, he was not able to fulfill his destiny. And now it looks like he will never catch, unless something dramatic happens, look like he'll never catch Jack Nicklaus. And then there's going to be that asterisk like, yeah, sure, he was the best ever. Come on. Do you remember Tiger back in the early 2000s? Forget it. I mean, it was meteoric, but he hasn't won as many as Jack, and there's always going to be that question mark. So I think it's a very similar, of course, different circumstances, and there's a long way to go still for Magnus, clearly. But the legacy, that's a great word, the legacy of having put up, and for such a long time that, you know, kids are born and they become teenagers in your reign, and not just a few years before they're saying, oh, no, he's not necessarily the most dominant player. He had a meteoric rise for a few years and sustained it, but you want generations to remember, yeah, it's all about Magnus.
Well, again, for me, when I start thinking about the world of chess and how many great chess players there are in the world of chess and the upcoming candidates tournament as well, I always think about world champions and who made it to the world championship, right? And the idea that there's so many great players who never even got a chance to be challenger. Everybody thinks of Paul Carrez and Akiba Rubinstein and many, many, many others. And then you think to yourself, well, look at Vichy Anand. Okay, we didn't mention him as a dominant figure in the world of chess, but come on. 5 times the world champion. 5 times he won the World Chess Championship title. And you think to yourself, well, wait a minute. It's just a great honor to have qualified and made it as challenger. To win 5 World Championship titles, you know, you got to tip your hat. And there's a lot of hat tipping going around. At the game that we have, the players, more and more pawns coming off the board. I'm thinking getting closer and closer to a draw. I'm seeing this move, Rook A3 check. I don't know about yourself.
That looks like the most logical.
Just
yes.
going after this H pawn. If you allow black to take it, well, there's going to be no issues. And I can even hit you with a check downstairs as well. If you move your king.
Yasser, I can do anything.
Yeah, exactly. So we really, we think that this is getting more and more dead. 41 minutes to 54 minutes, so no time issues either.
Yeah, and there's no reason to rush either.
Yeah.
I mean, MVL has kind of a couple of options. I mean, he does have 2 connected pass pawns. There's a knight, which is always tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason not to at least push the pawns a little bit before agreeing to anything.
Also, when you think world champions, and again, Veselin Topalov, 2006, he plays in San Luis, Argentina, the best players in the world, double round robin, +7, you know, like dominating, and everybody said, well, you know, do you consider yourself Gary Kasparov's equivalent or something like that? And the Veselin just laughed and said, look, you know, I did it once. You know, I'm a fraction, 1/8 of Gary. You know, like he really recognized that as powerful as a performance that he gave.
Which was astonishing.
It really was.
Yeah.
That, you know, it just is a fraction of what Gary had achieved. So for me, again, it's Gary. But I also, yes.
But at that point, just to buttress your point, Garry Kasparov in 1986 became the #1 player in the world. 1986. 19 years later, in 2005, he had lost that #1 rating out of 19-year span for 3 months. 19 years for 3 months. I mean, that's ridiculous. Again, I mean, you know, kids were born And if you're a champion maybe 4 or 5 years, a kid's born and they live for 4 or 5 years, they don't even know who you are. You're not in memory. Okay, maybe 8 or 9, they see you and they say, okay, he's the champ. And then if you lose the title, then you're just history. People don't even remember Michael Jordan, some of the young kids. Okay, they hear about him. But it can turn very fast how long you sustain your excellence. But kids who are born 10 years old, teenagers, and they're almost 20-year-olds when Gary kept his shadow over the world of chess. He won 11 Oscars. He won 15 tournaments in a row. I mean, the guy was crazy. Are you kidding? The guy, it was literally who's going to be second place. And that, you can easily forget that. Alejandro is sort of like the youngsters who say, when I was talking about Michael Jordan to some kids, and they say, why are you talking about Michael Jordan? I mean, we think of LeBron James as number one. It's like, come on, know your history. This guy, Garry Kasparov, he kept us all in a grip with his dominance. Like, I dominate. That's what I do. That was the word. He just simply dominated with his energy. Even when we saw him come out of retirement play against Nigel Short, the games he was playing, we got a chance to comment on, Alejandro. It was just so scintillating. It's so powerful, the attacking style. He burns with a different kind of energy at his core. So that is something, again, Magnus will want to emulate, will want to put his numbers up to get the kind of resume that Kasparov had, this incredible dominance. Yes, he has surpassed Gary's rating of 28.51. Yes, he had so many great results in his time, but Gary was just a world champion for the ages, without question.
I have a lot of stories of Gary because, of course, I played him numerous times around the world. But one of a favorite stories is kind of funny. Basil Koch had organized a match between the highest-rated player, Judith Polgar, one of the highest-rated male players at the time, Alexei Shirov. Okay. And Gary had come as a special guest in Prague to visit the event. I was doing commentary, and it was one of those sharp Knight-ors with bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, h6. Where are you going away from? Why are you moving away? Bishop h4. And the players were like 18 moves into the game, and the situation was really, really sharp, and the players had used like an hour and a half each. And Gary came into the analysis room, and he says, yes, sir, do you understand? I don't understand. I go, what is it that you don't understand? He says, the game hasn't even started yet. I said, I beg your pardon? He says, well, I've already analyzed this position long ago. You have to go here, 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 here. And it was sort of like, what? The players had spent hours getting into a position that Gary had already looked at very, very deeply and knew inside and out. So his knowledge about the openings was light years ahead of his colleagues.
One of the things I actually like about the rivalry between the different players that are at least attempting to create a legacy the way that Magnus Carlsen wants to do it is that he's such a different player. I mean,
that's right.
You cannot imagine a more different world champion.
That's right.
Than Garry Kasparov, than Magnus Carlsen. I mean,
as Anatoly Karpov too, as Vladimir Kramnik.
Right. And you would think that, after the computer generation and everybody coming up with computers, that the guy after Garry Kasparov is going to be the best prepared chess player that has ever stepped on this earth. And Magnus Carlsen not even the best prepared chess player on that stage.
Good point.
His openings are not his strong point, and it's something that he freely admits. Basically, everybody says so, and it shows time and time again. But he is such a magician when it comes to certain positions that we come to expect that, oh my God, it's equal. That means Magnus has an edge. Right. And it's something that really quantifies him, and it's something that I really like about his style is that it's so completely different from his predecessor. Whereas Gary, I think, was such a machine, not only tactically and aggressively, But he was such a workaholic.
Right.
I mean, in the opening phase specifically. Not to say that Magnus Carlsen doesn't work hard, but it just seems like he focuses his energies on some other kind of approach.
Yeah, well, it's like a runner. The moment he hits a starter pistol, boy, he's off, and he's got a lead on the opposition. And Gary very, very strongly believed in getting an opening edge and then just, mashing you off the board. But the contrast, that's a good one. And I think for me, it's the indomitable will that Gary
This is
had.
a face you've seen before, Yasser?
Yeah, truly. And Magnus has it. Magnus has an extraordinary willpower. Sometimes you almost feel like he's imposing himself on his opponents, and you can't understand why. We're playing the same rules, aren't we, guys?
Yeah, it definitely makes it look like it's different kinds of chess.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We finally have a move from Maxime. He played the move b5, which probably doesn't really change anything, but at least it doesn't go into a direct draw. So,
okay, so b7, b5.
Yeah.
Also, he gives himself an option that when he gives a check, he's also got an opportunity to force the trade of rooks. I'm assuming that
that's not something he wants to do.
that there's no checkmating threats. Again, just the slight vulnerability of Black's king getting checked along the H file if you really mess up and allow this.
Yeah, but
not going to happen. Of course, it definitely will not happen. But other than that, there's nothing in the
There's
position
really nothing
for white.
in this position for either side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost impossible to advance both pawns for black, especially because white always has the opportunity, of putting the black knight in a passive position.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, as I said that, he placed the move king f4, forcing the knight back.
I was going to say we could take a break in a short while just to recharge ourselves and to see.
All right,
is there any?
Seems like a good point to take a break.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back to see if Maxime and Hikaru try to find new ways of creating something in the position.
Sorry, I just had to go.
Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Everybody, we are finishing up the second round of the London Chess Classic. So far we have 4 draws, and the last remaining game is this one between Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and it looks pretty dead to us. We did have a few moves being played as we were on break. I don't really think it changed anything at all, except now we actually have the possibility of a repetition, which is maybe not such a bad thing.
It would be welcome, right? Well, one of the things that Jennifer and I like to do when Jen's in your seat, Alejandro, is show all the potential checkmating patterns, because you can never get tired of showing checkmating patterns, and there is one. It would be extraordinarily amazing if you cooperated, so to speak. You would walk into a checkmate as white, and I was thinking that you were about to say that you could have a draw by repetition, something like this, right?
Yes.
Okay, but when we did leave it, let's just catch up to what actually happened. We left it around these parts. Rook takes d4, b5, king f4, knight drop back to h6. And just to explain that move for a second, black defends the pawn on f7. The only way he's going to lose the game is by this pawn on h3. You want to get rid of that pawn, and you want to keep your king safe. And what's going on? Maurice is like, so excited, rook e6.
I've never been so excited by a draw in repetition. Here it comes. Let's just repeat the moves. Come on, guys. There we go. This one has definitely been drawn for a long time, and they're now looking up, and it's clear that there's nothing to play for here. Sometimes you want some great fighting spirit, but this one, this is just a draw. And
yeah, we have it's over, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the players have, it looks like they've invited the arbiter over to explain that it's about to be repeated.
We do have a final result. Okay, so Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces probably having an initiative earlier in the game. Definitely chances to take the full point. Was unable to really convert, and lets Hikaru escape with a draw.
Indeed.
Indeed. And today looked like this. Unfortunately, we had not the most eventful day. 5 draws, and not exactly in the best way. We had a couple of games which didn't really produce any kind of excitement or any theoretical importance. And it feels like black just held comfortably in most games, and the only one which was not as comfortable was actually for white.
Exactly.
As everybody drew their game. No real changes on the standings either, as Anish Giri continues to be the leader with 1.5 points, and on last place is Veselin Topalov with only half a point. Everybody else is on 1.
Strange that our tour leader is the player in this event in the basement.
Especially after starting with 2 whites. You expect usually the player that starts with 2 whites, or the one that draws number 1, to usually start with
the lead.
The lead, yes. Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be the case this time. Topalov finds himself at the bottom of the standings, as we see the players just quickly analyzing their games, a little post-mortem. Usually it's courtesy that you talk to your opponent a little bit after the games and just share some of your insights, what you were worried about, what you thought you missed, what
Well, the adrenaline is still
Right.
pumping. It's sort of like, did I miss a win?
Right.
What was my opportunity? And I thought you had this. And normally the players see everything that the other had seen until the guy said you did miss a win.
Right.
And then you feel awful, like, where was it? What did I miss? And then they explain it, and it's like, no.
And we can take a look at tomorrow's pairings. As with white, Alexander Grischuk will be playing the tournament leader Anish Giri. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who missed a really good opportunity today, will be playing against Vesselin Topalov. Fabiano Caruana will be playing in the American matchup against Hikaru Nakamura, a very interesting
showdown in London.
Definitely. Vishy Anand will be, again, another classical matchup against Magnus Carlsen. And Mickey Adams will be white. They're perhaps trying to push a little bit as the wild card against the ultra-solid Levon Aronian.
Yeah, that Anand Carlsen match game, you can't help but feel that those two matches that those guys have played with each other, still unresolved blood between them.
And from London, we have Jennifer Shahade with MVL.
Hey guys, I'm with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Today, some very enterprising opening and middle gameplay. How'd you feel about your opening?
Well, I mean, I checked this after I lost to Anish in the same line. I mean, I decided that it was still worth, checking this in a bit of depth because, okay, it's a Benoni with a tempo up, basically, so it should be good. I couldn't remember all the details, but in general, I think I handled it quite well.
So you take black?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely better at some point. I saw some nice ideas. I also played a couple of moves too fast, but okay, maybe it was not so easy anyway. And in the end game, I should definitely have put more pressure and not find myself under pressure after move 40.
Will we ever see you playing a regular Benoni?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I actually played a couple of those, but generally in rapid games.
Oh, and how did you evaluate your position after the sacrifice?
After the exchange sacrifice, I thought I'm much better. I mean, but I couldn't see a forced win because this is what I was actually looking for in this position. But in general, I have plenty of compensation, of course.
So after today's game, I'm tired. What's your routine?
Well, I mean, it's a tough game, but of course we have to expect such games to happen in a tournament. Especially if you want to have chances to win, I mean, you have to take some risk to find some unbalanced positions. And well, against Hikaru, we quite often have very nice fights.
So I've been asking the grandmasters some advice, tips for the young players. Since it's a weekend, we've got all these kids coming in. And I know you're very well known for your calculating skills. Any book or video or training that you did as a kid that helped you with that?
Well, as a kid, I was really doing a lot of tactical stuff. But, I mean, I also... it was not the only area I was working on because simply, I was good at it, so I had to focus on some other stuff. But maybe what helped me the most is maybe solving really some difficult studies because it's all about calculation, about finding some really clever ideas, and you can, it helps you develop some creativity also in your tactical skills.
Got it. Endgame studies. All right, so that's something for you guys to do until tomorrow's round of the Grand Chess Tour, London Chess Classic. MVL, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, definitely endgame study is something I always tell my students that they should do more often. Some of them seem to hate it. They think it's too hard.
True that, but then you see something, some Kasparian's study,
they're beautiful.
and it's a kind of a poetry, and it motivates you to study some more. But it really, if you can connect with some endgame studies, just as MBL was saying, it's so useful in your practice your own games.
And another excellent calculator is Hikaru Nakamura, who's with Jennifer Shahade in London.
And here I am with U.S. #1 Nakamura, of course a favorite with St. Louis fans. But today we were a little worried. At what point were you most worried?
Well, just wasn't
very good opening. I mean, when I played this F3, F4, I probably should have done something more double edge, perhaps. Maybe I should have gone for G4 or something. But with the way I played, I was just worse. And pretty much, I basically tried to trick Maxime by going E5, and it managed to work. But it wasn't pretty at any rate.
And what about you? What are your advice? I know you grew up playing lots of bullet and blitz chess, and still often do. Do you advise that for the young kids here at the London Chess Classic?
I mean, it's a good tool for recognizing patterns. I think in general, whether it's blitz or it's just normal chess, I think really it's very important just play as much as you can so that you have better pattern recognition. But that being said, there are many different approaches, and what worked for me certainly would not work for other people. So I think it just depends on the person much more than any sort of concrete, straightforward advice. It depends on the person, how they study and learn best. So it's very much up to the individual.
Is there any rating threshold where you feel like bullet is useful? Like a 1400 player playing bullet might be too fast? Do you have any opinions like that?
I mean, I think bullet and blitz both, I think up to maybe 2300 it's very beneficial, and after that it's not beneficial at any rate. But I think just in general, there's no drawback at the lower level, so I don't see any reason to advise slightly weaker players to not play blitz and bullet, because I think it can only help, it can't hurt.
All right, great. There you have it. Play 1 minute until tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's game with Nakamura here and wrapping up round 2 of the London Chess Classic. Back to you guys.
Let's take a quick look at the standings after today's rounds.
Exactly.
To see exactly how we are looking up, as we have
just one decisive
game in the entire tournament. We
of
have
the 10 games
played. 10 games, as we have Anish Giri leading the pack with 1.5. It seems like everybody else has 1 point except for Veselin Topalov, who was the victim of yesterday's round with only half a point after he drew Alexander Grischuk today.
If I may, I have one piece of advice for young Scholastics players. Don't agree to early draws. Just play the game to a finish. That's my best advice.
Maurice, any comments?
Hey, you're preaching to the choir, yes. Absolutely. Well, today's games were not early draws necessarily, but they certainly weren't going to be bottles of excitement moving forward. We could have almost called this one from our bedrooms. They did not really put up any contentious games, although a couple of them really tried, certainly this last game we just saw. The good news is that after that much rest, they still got a lot of energy. So tomorrow's games should be more fighting chess. There's some interesting matchups to play, certainly, and we'll see whether or not the gloves come off and the players decide, I need to start taking a lead here at some point. So looking forward to tomorrow's games so far here at the London Chess Classic.
Well, thanks for joining us today. Remember that tomorrow is also an early round, as we'll be broadcasting live from St. Louis at 8 a.m. our time, 2 p.m. London time. And join us for round 3 tomorrow.
Wonderful. Alejandro, great broadcast.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us.